Few of his primary interests have been knowledge organization and biological roots of cognition. He believes that knowledge is to be understood in terms of network of nodes, and the link between these different nodes help humans as cognitive agents to derive meaning. Professor Nagarjun holds his master's in philosophy and MSc in biology, and PhD in philosophy of science from IIT Kanpur. And I see it a very interesting combination to address the issue at hand. And he is also an active member of Free Software Foundation in India, and he also offers graduate courses in history and philosophy of science. We welcome you, sir, and we also would like to officially welcome Dr. Durga Prasad, who is an associate of Professor Nagarjun, who will be taking up, they'll be coordinating with each other, and I'm sure that this kind of a practice will be a role model for us to follow, as to we'll be looking forward to this methodology because we haven't tried it as yet. So I'm very, very hopeful. We invite you, sir, officially now to begin with your lecture. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And first of all, for conducting this World Philosophy Day, and also inviting me, because it's not easy to find us, because mostly we are not so much connected with the philosophy departments, because we're most of the time working in education. And of course, the reason why we get connected to phenomenology and to cognitive science is through our need to make sure that the students of science understand what they do. And this is a direct problem in epistemology. And the problem of understanding is one of the deep problems in education. And so I switched from philosophy PhD to this problem of understanding science and STEM education. And so with me today is Durga Prasad. So Durga Prasad, of course, can also introduce himself, but I would say that he's an expert in multiple representations and embodied cognition perspectives, and he applies that in science education and STEM education in a big way. You want to add anything, Durga? Please.
No, I think that's good enough. So I've been working at HBCSC as a PhD student, and I recently submitted my thesis. And yeah, so I've been associated with Nagarjuna on this project on STEM roots, and today we'll be talking more about that in the presentation. Yeah.
So let me ask. So can we start the presentation? Do we have the permission to?
Please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we actually put the title in the form of a question. So what is a phenomena for a situated body? For us, the perspective that we are holding philosophically defines body as a sensory motor network. So that's our ontological basis on which we're going to build up this narrative. You can replace phenomena here with experience if you want, or maybe with consciousness, whatever you want to do it. So it's basically what will happen to consciousness, or how does consciousness be accounted in a situated body, or how is experience accounted for in a situated body. So that's like various ways in which one can understand what we're about to talk about. Yeah. So broadly, I think I'm sure these things must have been generally talked about. One of the major philosophical developments, after the traditional philosophy has been phenomenology. And one, of course, most important is that it's a departure from the traditional philosophical themes. And in a major way, the phenomenology actually says that let's go to basics. And even as old as you can say, Socratic times, or even before that, trying to, even before the major philosophical themes and categories began to appear. So when we start Western philosophy or Indian philosophy or any philosophy, some of these things that I put on the right-hand side of the slide are very common. I mean, most philosophy begins with some kind of a distinction between reality and appearance. Basically to say that, which is also the reason why we classify philosophers as a realist or an anti-realist, or an idealist or a materialist and things like that. I mean, so all those things actually also come from that kind of perspective. And from an epistemological perspective, we also use this word about objectivity and subjectivity. And then the other important thing, particularly relevant for today's discussion, is the traditional distinction between emotion and reason. As if, emotion is something to do with the body, whereas reason is outside the body. And this is certainly one of the perspectives that is seriously questioned in the recent cognitive science developments. And most of the modern cognitive science doesn't accept this distinction. And I think to some extent, you must have heard from Hari Narayan why this distinction cannot actually hold. And similarly, metaphysicians are also divided into people who think that the world is made of things, or that the world is made of events. Like we have a lot of philosophers of that kind, so process philosophers like Whitehead, for example, or Heraclitus in the olden times. And even in Indian philosophy, you would see this kind of distinctions. And so is the case because, all philosophers are obsessed with language. And so there also, you have this distinction that is commonly held between nouns and verbs. The concepts are defined and terms are defined and distinguished in terms of these distinctions. So somehow, I would like to argue that these are the distinctions which diverted philosophers' attention away from the basics. And of course, this is also said to provoke a few of you as well. But that's part of our game, right? As philosophers, we do that all the time, pulling each other's legs.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead with the next slide. Yeah. I want to add something to the previous one, please.
No, nothing. I just wanted to check that my mic is on. Yeah.
Yeah, your mic is on. Yes. Yeah. So, as I said, in the title I have put situated, so you can replace that with grounded. So situated cognition or grounded cognition are basically equivalent in our kind of a model. And so it is basically to say that it's a kind of a monism, as you can see. Normally the traditional philosophy distinguishes between perception, introspection, and action, and we don't make that distinction. Because we think that perception and introspections are two sides of the same coin called action. So there's some kind of a, though we are saying there are three things out here, all of them are actually nouns. You can replace them as perceiving, acting, and introspecting as verbs, and which is much better because that way we'll know that actually these are all actions that we do. And all of them are basically actions. So it would have been better if I would have written this slide using not nouns but verbs.
Verbs.
It's as you can say, adat se majboor. We have been always using nouns most of the time. So I also ended up using that in this slide. But yeah, nothing to worry as long as
editing for it. Yes.
As long as we understand that.
So we are presenting, like we don't have a presentation.
Yes, yes, we are presenting. Yes. So, so the idea, of course, is that the phenomena or experience are grounded in a body, and everything else is grounded in the phenomenal world. So, of course, it will question. It may have a serious implications in several of the ontological discussions that we will have. We will see as it
Yeah.
goes. Yeah. So go ahead, the guy wanted to.
Yeah, so this is the broad outline with which this talk is going to be. So initially, we will be in the first part. We'll be looking at what is it to be human, and what do we understand by it, and we try to present some. We try to give some clarity on what our stance is in terms of this question itself. And then in the second part, we get into an ontological framework which sort of addresses, or which we seek to propose to address some of the issues that GN briefly tried to hint upon a while ago. On some of the, on what it would mean to go back to basics and look back at human cognition and various aspects of perception, introspection, and various other things. And in the last part, we will be trying to elaborate on it and try to draw some implications and see how the model addresses these problems. So basically, that's the outline of this entire talk, and we will now jump directly into the first part of it, which is what is it to be human, and how is our position, or what is the way in which we look at this particular question itself. So yeah, so this is human condition. Yeah. So broadly, I think there are a lot of domains that we draw inspiration from, ranging from genetic epistemology, network modeling, agent-oriented ways of looking at things, dynamical systems, epigenetics, modeling, semiotics, generative syntax, and the 4E models of cognition. Yeah, Gian, you can add, do you want to add anything here?
Well, essentially, this is most of these are like I would say post-Kantian in the philosophical sense. One of followers of Kant started this movement called the genetic epistemology, which is Jean Piaget. And Piaget himself learned some of the basics of phenomenology and biology from Merleau-Ponty, another great phenomenologist, from where this whole modeling actually begins within philosophy.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of philosophers hesitate to call Piaget a philosopher, and which is also, as you can see, that's why Piaget himself doesn't want to call himself a philosopher. Instead, he would say he's a genetic epistemologist. And when we mean by genetic, is basically to see that we have to root ourselves in biology while addressing the questions of what is it that we can know, what is phenomena, what is noumena, which are the questions that Kant asks right in the beginning. So a most important thing, of course, is that what is given to us a priori is our body. And our body doesn't come empty. It comes with a lot of action schemas.
Yeah.
So the action schema is where we ground everything in this talk. And in that, of course, we looked at many of these things. Many of them are sometimes, one habit that a lot of people have intellectually and even in philosophy is that they throw away the baby with the bathwater usually, and that we don't want to do. Like, for example, people who are arguing with dynamical systems, they will throw away representations completely. And we don't do that mistake at all. But we want to ground symbols and representations within our embodied perspective. And we'll show you how we do that in this model. That's actually the way how Chomsky, for example, contributed generative syntax. And instead of attacking Chomsky, we actually try to see how we can accommodate Chomsky within this broader perspective that we are adopting.
So again, I think here we are trying to broadly show some overlapping affinities with various theoretical theories and various models. So from connectionism to this entire school emerging from Merleau-Ponty, Piaget, and others. And we have people like Linnaeus who strongly connect these things to neurobiology, biosemiotics, and Chomsky's generative syntax. And we also had a very dominant symbol processing sort of models as a paradigm into account for human cognition. And behaviorism in the initial base of to account for human psychology. So all of these had their own merits and demerits, and we see that what we are, the model that we are trying to build, has some overlapping affinities with almost every model, every theory that's there to account for cognition. Yeah, Jane, do you want to add anything further here? Or
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, let's go ahead.
cool.
So here, I mean, I just wanted to, having said a little bit about, so this is what I would consider as a philosophical method, usually, that a lot of us are trained in. Like, so not only that we make assumptions, but it's a habit of philosophers to actually also declare the assumptions explicitly. I mean, if you don't do that, I would say you're not doing philosophy. And of course, the other thing, of course, we do is we always look for very subtle distinctions between things which for most common people look very similar. Of course, this is also something that scientists also do all the time. For example, a scientist may not even care to distinguish between force, momentum, and things like that, but the scientists have defined all of them as very, very different and distinct. And then, of course, we try to define everything and then seek and provide reasons. But in the process, we also develop certain bad habits. So the next slide actually talks about the bad habits that philosophers have. I mean, this is also to provoke the philosophers and also the philosophy students who may be listening to this talk as well. So one of the most interesting thing that I would suggest is that, we search for peculiarities in a world that only has degrees of difference. So we're actually using Quinean perspective here. So the world is flat. Is the perspective that we use. That everything in this world has degrees of difference, but they're ontologically similar in their constituent aspects.
It's just a spectrum.
Yeah, it's a spectrum. Yeah. So you can see some simple things and complex things, but the simple and complexity is on the spectrum of simple to complex. But then what normally happens is that, starting from Plato, for example, we always had a taxonomic tree. We can always think of dividing ontology into separate things. And when we define things, we also say, like, for example, the human being is an animal who is rational. So which essentially means that rationality certainly doesn't have anything to do in animal being, and which is denying rationality to animals is also the poverty of philosophy. In fact, everything that I'm showing here will be my book on poverty of philosophy. A lot of people have written on this subject, but if I were to write that book, I would write it as this. They make assumptions, but then they assume that they're real, and they argue as if they're real. And then they take definition so seriously without realizing that it is just a naming game. Of course, we have to define, because we have to tell the other person what I mean by what I'm talking about. And that's all there is to it as far as naming is concerned, and defining, the purpose of defining is concerned. It's a kind of a technique rather than, definitions don't say anything about the world. It's just a technique for us so that we understand each other without ambiguity. And similarly, because philosophers do a lot of reasoning, of course, and reasoning is beautiful, logic is beautiful. Descartes, Aristotle, Plato, there are several people who talked about it, and logical positivism also fell for it. And but they don't ground them. Of course, there are attempts to ground them as well, but usually has not been made very successful. And then the other interesting problem that we see is that, they take traces and shadows as reality and take them too seriously and live in that world. And most importantly, for example, when people are thinking that no, language is what human beings use and language is reality. And you can see that a lot of people have talked about language as reality, or at least language is a representation of reality. And they started analyzing language in order to understand the world out there. And these attempts are very well known to us, and most of them actually failed often. And of course, as usual, philosophers also have this bad habit of throwing the baby with the bathwater, as I said earlier. And in the sense that, we're also quite taking a lot of inputs, even from logical positivism, though we don't agree with most of what they talk about. So is the case with behaviorism, for example. And the last one also is very important, that we transform verbs that stand for action into nouns and consider them as a substance or a thing, and then ask the question of their existence. So this is another serious issues that we have. And I'm also pointing them out, saying that there is a possibility that we might also err on these issues. Because, as I said, these are habits, right? So it's very difficult for us to get rid of these habits. I think another great philosopher who talked about some of these things as habits is none other than Hume, for example, who talks about many of our cognitive things like reasoning as some kind of a habit. We can't stop it. We do it because it's part of our life. Induction particularly, for example. There's nothing wrong with induction, because if you're denying induction, that means you're denying your own basis of how we cognize. So these are, of course, some of the philosophical habits, both bad and good. So we begin our work. So go ahead, DP, describe your article.
So basically, I think we are now moving into describing or setting a stage for the description of the model itself, and some broad ontological assumptions are sort of stated here. So essentially, we assume or something like a network is at the core of the model, and there are multiple nodes, and as we normally know, like network has multiple nodes and a lot of interconnections between them, and as you will see a little later, so even the entire human body can be thought of as a network of multiple nodes, and what these nodes are and what this network is, and those things I think we will be clearer as we move ahead. But this is, thinking in terms of networks is one of the fundamental assumption that is there in our model, and it's not just human body, but there are people who have extended this notion of network even beyond human body to things like how we interact in the social worlds, right? Even there is an aspect of network beyond the human body itself. So we sort of, if I may say so, can we call it something like a fractal kind of a thing, GN? Like, so the network kind of a thing is there beyond the human body and also within the human body. So can we call? Yes.
So that's why it's an ontological assumption, in the sense that whether you look at a big thing or a small thing,
yes,
whether you look at a universe or you look at a small component of the universe at the quantum level or at a biological level or at a social level, or the so-called mental level, or wherever you look at, or even look at, for example, representational structure like language, for example. So language is a network, and meaning is a network, and and truth is a network. We look at everything as something that holds only within the network space. So that's a major ontological assumption that we make. And of course, as DP has already put together, for example, the right-hand side drawing that he drew is basically the Platonic way of looking at the world. There's something like a summum bonum on the top, and which sort of divides into 2, 3, 4, and then is again subdivides into 2. That sort of gives you some kind of a dichotomous view. And dichotomous views can be accommodated within the network view, but network view cannot be accommodated in a dichotomous view.
Yeah.
So it's possible that a part of the network might look like a dichotomous view, but the reality is not dichotomous. That is the stand that we take in this case. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So now I think this particular aspect that we briefly mentioned a while ago, that we subscribe to more of a predominance kind of a view rather than peculiarity. So we look at human conditions as a degree of difference from the rest of the animals, the conditions of animals, rather than a peculiarity in the way many of our previous theorists or philosophers have viewed. So there is it's not a categorical difference that's there between human conditions and the way the rest of the organisms are. But it's a relative kind of a thing, and it's a degree of difference as against substantial difference. And so this, I think, GN, you would want to elaborate on it.
One example that I would like to use is, for example, there was a time when one of the features of consciousness has been defined as a theory of mind, for example. That Dennett's criteria, for example, I see you, I see that you see that I see, as a kind of a criteria that has been used as a kind of a reflexive, booted kind of a model. But then cognitive scientists who work with animal cognition actually demonstrated that most of the mammals and a lot of birds actually can see. So it is, in a way, what I'm saying is that a crow can see you as if you are seeing the crow, and they know that you are seeing the crow, and that is already been well established in the empirical animal behavior studies. So that criteria that we used earlier for consciousness doesn't hold anymore. Or, we can even say that, well, the criteria is good enough, but the problem is that it's not that only human beings are privacy to that. It's sort of extended quite beyond human beings. So a lot of birds and a lot of mammals already have that. Maybe reptiles don't have as much as that, but that's why we say that it's a degree of difference. You can't really talk about it. That doesn't mean that the human condition doesn't have certain things in a much more predominant way. It's like animals also have symbols, they also have languages, but then there are some interesting differences that we can see, and mostly in terms of predominance rather than anything else.
And in consonance with it, like the architecture within the model is going to be more of a layered one rather than having new features or having new aspects or developing completely new. If you were to think of it as a partitioned architecture, like you would think of it, okay, I have a new organ or a new capacity that's suddenly fitted into that particular entire organism or a creature. But here we are trying to think of it as a layered architecture. So where there is again a gradation of the difference. So there is nothing very peculiar about a particular capability, but it's just predominance of a particular thing that will appear as if it's completely new capacity.
Another example that maybe DP I can take is that when people discovered mirror neurons, for example, they immediately thought that, okay, mirror neuron will be a peculiar thing only human beings will have. But then lo and behold, very soon they discovered same kind of neurons in other animals as well. So this habit that both scientists and philosophers have is that when they find something new, they want to say that only human beings will have it first. It's a kind of some kind of an angst, some kind of insecurity that we have, saying that no, we should not be like animals. We should somehow find a difference, that we are different from them, and somehow
Yes.
always do that. So some kind of quote unquote casteism that we have developed even in our intellectual academics, and so
Yes.
that's basically what we want to diffuse with this kind of ontological position.
Yeah.
So, of course, here we are actually introducing this perspective because we consider this as one of the major problems that we need to address. If we have to take an embodied perspective, if we have to take a situated perspective, but most of the embodied and situated perspectives are weaker when it comes to explaining generative syntax and information processing and symbolic and representational space. So we consider, therefore, this is like a big challenge. So how do we take this challenge? By being a situated, grounded, embodied cognitive scientist or a philosopher, if you like to call it. So how do we account for this? That's we consider as a major problem. It is, yeah. I think we also re-articulated that in a different way in the next slide.
Yeah.
So here, of course, this whole network perspective, to be consistent with it, as in the title itself, we mentioned that for us the body is a network, and similarly, the phenomenology, the phenomenological experience, is of the body as a whole. It's not localized at any one particular point.
Yeah.
Like, for example, a biologist defines, for example, the cell is a structural and functional unit for life. In the same way, the body, the network, sensory motor network, is the structural and functional unit of cognition, period. So don't look saying that it is in the heart, it is in the knee, it is in the brain, it is in a pituitary, or it is in one part of the brain, called cerebral hemisphere or something like that. And all that for us is completely incorrect. Of course, there are a large number of neuropsychologists as well as neurophilosophers who keep looking for mind in the brain, and I would say that's a wrong step. I mean, of course, it is good to make wrong steps so that we can correct ourselves.
Correct
that's good. But that's what we want to, for example, correct from the various models that people talk about. So localization of the brain only says so much so that, okay, there is a kind of a motherboard of the brain, and whereas there are connections that are related to, let us say, language cognition or something like that. That doesn't mean that is actually the place where anything will happen. The processing, cognitive processing, happens as a whole.
All over, as a whole.
And that's also the reason why we are so plastic.
Yeah. So this, again, I think is something many of you might be familiar with. So essentially, extending what GN just said, so we draw upon the embodied and ecological perspectives towards cognition, which essentially say that cognition is not centralized in brain that we normally think of, and it sort of is distributed, it's sort of extended into the environment that we are in, and it's situated, and it's sort of the entire body is also part of or it plays a central role in the way we cognize. And some of the key ideas in these are the notion of affordance itself, which emerged from the ecological perspective of Gibson. So essentially, the way we cognize, or the way we, in fact, the way we act in the world is very much shaped by the affordances of the world. So there is a particular kind of action that the environment affords given the bodies that we have. So the same object can have different affordances. Like, that's what we are trying to show here. So if I have a flat surface of a particular height, it might have the affordances of climbing action for a child, whereas for a full-grown adult, it can just be a small step, right? And so the environment and the human body are very tightly coupled, and it is between this in this coupling the actions are sort of shaped. And the other thing that this perspective sort of very strongly argues for is cognition is constituted in this dynamic coupling in the actions that human body performs along in the environment. And it's not something that is happening abstractly in the head as we normally think of, especially given the dominant symbol processing or information processing kind of models, but it's something that is happening as you are acting, as you are participating in the environment, and it is in the process of that action you are cognizing or you are experiencing cognition. And that's where I think it also connects with the broader paradigm, not paradigm, like broader phenomenological space. So, Jian, do you want to add anything here?
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of examples so that it becomes very clear. So, for example, I have a cup in my hand. Okay, so there are most important things here is that I have a possibility to do this action of holding a cup.
Yes.
This is an action that I am capable of doing, and so the cup has the affordance of being held. We use this word which is embodied called grasping. And by the way, grasping is actually synonymous to understanding.
Yes.
And as you can see, there is also understanding in the caricatures that we see here. The world is understanding, so to speak. We are standing on the objects and the world and the nature, and we grasp and understand the world, and which itself is actually a very embodied term that we use. So embodied is actually like this word grasping to talk about what is understanding actually is. And all concepts are grasping concepts, so to speak. Unless there's just names, arbitrary names that you give, but otherwise all the embodied concepts of whether you ask somebody to come in or come out or something like that. So for example, you should actually try to talk to somebody and say come. It look very ugly for you. Why can't any language people have a gesture like come? Because gestures can be arbitrary, right?
Yes.
And so his language can be arbitrary. So why don't you actually say that? Or in other words, say, you can actually say, you move your hands towards your body and say, go. And it doesn't happen like that. These are like really universal embodied kind of gestures that we use. And that's where our concepts come from. Whatever be the arbitrary names that we may use, but the sense is actually coming from our embodied conceptual action schemas, as Piaget calls them. These are action schemas or action patterns. This is basically the root of the entire embodied ecological perspective.
Yeah.
And most important thing, of course, is that the environment is not separated from any of the conceptualizations that we do.
Yeah.
So we always are, talking about things in relation to what our body is capable of doing. Yeah. That's the essence of this whole perspective. So we're trying to put together both Alvano's perspective of perception as doing, as well as Gibson's account. And we have a lot of empirical evidence piling out for the last 15 years for this kind of cognitive science. And okay, so this is basically a lot of it. And then within this action space, we can actually resolve a lot of things. So for example, there are some actions we keep repeating all the time. Okay, so these are like repeatable action patterns. Like, when we teach somebody, when we teach a child, we always ask them to begin to, repeat things, write the same pattern several times, or, put dots one after the other, and keep talking about it. Or you take
even steps. Walking.
Walking is a repeatable step, right? You keep repeating your walking steps and all that. But at the same time, within this action space, the next important thing that is very important is reflexive action space. So, in fact, reflection is called thinking, right? But thinking is reflexive by definition, which essentially means that there is something interesting about it. So, as DP's caricature actually shows that human body, of course, there are a lot of animals which also have reflexive abilities. Like, you can touch one hand with the other, okay? Yeah. And you can touch one part of the body with another. This is something that we do as normal, like all normal beings do this, and a lot of animals do it as well. As we said, we're not looking for peculiarities, we're looking for predominance. So according to our model, the most predominant action space of human beings, which defines human condition, is our ability to perform a large number of reflexive motor actions. Whether, for example, right now I'm talking. While I'm talking, my upper lip is touching the lower lip. My tongue is touching the palate. My vocal box is also, touching each other. So as you can see, it's a celebration. This particular vocal zone is a celebration of reflexive operations happening one after the other in a sequence. Just like you write a passage and a text in a linear way, I am actually uttering in a linear sentences, but all the words that I'm uttering right now, all the gestures that I'm doing right now are happening one after the other. And all these are part of a network. And because they're part of a network, they are reflexive by definition. Yeah. But you can add a little more. And if you really want to have a meditative understanding of what this reflection would mean, touch any object that you have which is not part of your body. Like this cup is not part of my body. When I touch this, okay, what I have sensation of the cup. But what if I touch one hand with the other hand? Okay, both the hands actually perceive each other. And that's the essence of being reflexive. That's exactly what's happening when we're talking. Because when we're talking, I also hear myself. Not only that I hear myself, one part of my body touches the other part of the body. And that is what we call as reflexive. And the third one is the most important part of it. And this is also put together in here in a kind of an evolutionary perspective, in the sense that when animals began, they have been doing repeatable action patterns. And they slowly started developing reflexive action patterns. And now comes the third part of the game, which is the recursive action patterns, which is the place where we are entering Chomskyan paradigm. Yeah. Because recursion is considered as a characteristic feature of human thought and language. And we do that all the time. For example, when I have to gesture, we actually have to use recursive action patterns, without which no gesture is, as expressive as we talk or we write. And writing is recursive. And the way how we use pronouns, the way how we ask, the way how we teach our children to, utter nursery rhymes. And so we have some examples.
I think we have a couple of examples.
We can go to those things and then come back to this little later. So can we, like for example, this is a caricature from cartoonist XKCD. So this is the way how, I met a traveler from an antique land who said, I met a traveler from an antique land who said, I met a traveler from an antique land who said, this is the kind of recursion that we are capable of. And this is something that our body does all the time. So the next one actually tells you, the next example is a little small text, but this is the kind of rhymes that you see in almost every culture. So you can actually find out, go look for an anthropological exercise and find out which cultures do not sing this kind of songs. I used to sing such songs in Telugu, and some of you must have also done some things in Hindi as well. So these are the kind of songs, which is sort of a chain, that goes on and keeps on building like a snake tail. The tail keeps on, increasing as you continue towards the end. And this is the power of recursion. And this recursion is also something that we are actually capable of doing for one important reason. And that is, when we are saying something, you hold on to something. And then you say, a verb, for example, a hand out there, which basically what you're saying is that, okay, this action is actually about this object. That is basically the way how we are structuring subject, predicate, object connections in our language as well. So recursion is the basis, therefore, of our human expression. But then you don't need language for that. All gestures that people use, particularly people who sign, are actually using a recursive body language.
Yeah.
And so we say that Chomskyan kind of generative syntax is very well possible given a body which is like a network, which is capable of repetition, capable of recursion, and capable of reflexive nature. Because being a network, reflection comes as a bonus.
Yes.
Okay. So, so that is how we try to, look at this, both the symbol grounding problem as well as symbol ungrounding problem. So let me explain how we are doing the symbol grounding problem. So symbol grounding problem is basically the various symbols that we do, are actually generated out of our body, such as, for example, grasping, for example, comes out of the action that we do, and it is grounded in the actions that we are actually capable of doing. And the ungrounding issue actually is about the need to demonstrate that the language is an arbitrary representational symbolic domain, and it has its own kind of an autonomy. That illusion that we get that language is autonomous and it's not situated is only because of the generative ability, that it's possible for us to take the atoms of each word, each symbol, and things like that, and combine them and produce various kinds of things. So this kind of innovation that we do, the creative aspects that we do, for example, whatever things that we have been saying today from the beginning to this particular point, for example, I can claim that has never been said before. That's the creative aspect of human, experience as well as human articulation. That is possible, but then every word that I uttered today is already been used in English literature. So that's because I am used generative syntax and actually created another recursive articulation out of that, and that's how I managed to create this flexibility. But then I completely decontextualized all of this. Because that is a characteristic feature of symbols, but then these symbols are indeed grounded in the body.
Yeah.
So that is why we argue that Chomsky's challenge, or Steven Pinker's challenge, or Jerry Fodor's challenge of the symbolic representational thing as a peculiarity of human being, of human condition, is not something that we're accepting. But at the same time, we accept their challenge. But they say that generative syntax is indeed possible. And it is, if you want to see it, you can see it almost every time when a human being is walking, talking, or doing any kind of actions that they do, including, for example, holding tools and things like that. Yeah. This is basically the question that we already talked about it. It's a same question that has been put in a different way. So we can go to the next slide. So, of course, we already proposed the model. So, sorry for this slide. Just as I said, it is very important, for a philosophical or a scientific perspective to make sure that everything is stated explicitly. So here we are sort of stating everything so explicitly here. So, DP, please make them a little more explicit about everything that we've been saying.
Yeah. So basically, earlier is there some echo? Yes, I think some recursion happening here.
Well, I'm not able to hear any echo here.
Okay. Fine. So basically, I think initially we presented broad ontological assumptions kind of a thing. Now we are getting into some details and laying out the principles of the design. So we are distinguishing actions and interactions. And as also mentioned earlier, so we consider body as a sensory motor network. So we will very shortly show what exactly we mean by this. But essentially the entire human body can be seen as a network with sensory and motor subsystems as nodes.
Yeah, DP, I want to say one point.
Yes.
Yeah, like I think yesterday you must have heard about Hari Narayan, who presented Alvanoi's perspective. And in that, Alvanoi used two metaphors, and that's how he presented it.
Dance
What's
and
the difference between digestion and drama, or dance, for example?
Dance, yes.
So what is the difference between digestion and dance? That's exactly what we say here, action and interactions. So digestion happens through interaction, and actions is a dance. So that's the way how I would like to relate to Alvanoi's perspective here. So, normally if you are doing, physics or biology or whatever, we talk all the things as interactions. For example, we also use the word social interactions.
Yeah.
According to our perspective, social interactions is not right. Though we are interacting, actually it's a dance. We are actually acting, and it is through action that we are speaking to each other, and so there is a difference, and the difference is that when we are, for example, listening to each other here, we are actually dancing, and you're looking at our dance basically, or you're watching our performance. In a similar way,
we lost you. Jane, are you there?
Maybe Professor, you can call him. And
Yes.
I think he may rejoin.
Yes. I think his connection may have.
He'll log in again.
But essentially, I think what he's trying to distinguish is, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. So essentially, what he's trying to distinguish is, I think, actions and interactions are slightly different, and actions have some aspect of volition also attached to them. I think that's what he was trying to indicate. Whereas interactions are more sort of similar to the digestion, like that they happen much more in a coupled way. I think he will, once he joins back, he will elaborate on them a little more. So meanwhile, like, I can take you through the remaining assumptions. As we mentioned earlier as well, when we think of this entire thing as a network in consonance with the gradient or spectrum kind of a view, where it's about predominance and not peculiarities, we think of this network as multiple layers. So there are multiple layers within this network of complexity of. So what the degree is, we will elaborate in a little while, but there is something which is core and certain things which are at the periphery, and all these layers are actually layers of actions. So the actions at the core are like beats, and the actions at the periphery, we call them as memetes. And the variation from the core to periphery are essentially in the degree of control or the amount of haltability that we have. So at the core, the actions cannot be halted or they cannot be controlled at all, whereas the the periphery is essentially referring, by periphery we are essentially referring to all those actions which we can halt. For example, I can stop moving my hand, whereas I can't stop moving or stop the movements of the heart, for example. right? So heart movement and various other movements in our body, which we directly cannot halt or at the core, and that's what we call as beats. And the ones which are at the periphery, which we can sort of have greater control on to alter the patterns in it, they form the periphery, and that's what we refer to as mimets. Is he not here yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Should I just call him once and ask?
Yes, please. Yeah.
He's saying that there is some technical issue at his end, so he's requesting you to move on with
Sure.
the presentation, but he'll be joining in soon as he gets
Sure.
connection.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I was trying to describe here, so the degree of variation that we are talking about is the degree of haltability. So at the core, things are least haltable, and at the periphery, things are very highly haltable, and they are very. That's what that's possible because of the dexterity that the way our body is built allows us to, right? And it's one important thing that we also want to highlight here as an assumption is halting and not continuous action is the root process. So we often think of the ability to perform certain actions, the ability to move our hands, the ability to move our vocal cord, or ability to move our mouth in particular ways is actually a very interesting capacity of human beings. But what we are trying to say is we are trying to talk about things from the other side, whereas that is our biologically our bodies are always in some particular action patterns, and there is continuous action that is happening in our body, and the key ability here is the ability to stop that particular pattern. To make it much more concrete, suppose when I am breathing, so breathing is something which is a continuous action that is happening, and making some interesting and very dexterous halting on that breathing pattern along with some movements in my vocal cord is what is allowing me to perform or to speak and make all these various sounds, right? So instead of saying that I am capable of performing this action, what we are saying is I am able to halt, I am able to seize a particular action, a particular pattern in my body, and that is what is appearing as if I have control on that particular action. So that's a very subtle shift that we are indicating at, and that will be clearer with the examples as we move ahead.
Yeah, I think he's here.
Yes.
DP, just seeking little clarification. What is this mimet? Mamet?
Yes, Mehmet is something that we have coined to clarify or to distinguish. So essentially, Mehmets are those action patterns which are haltable. Okay. When I say those action patterns which are haltable, suppose if as I said again, like if I have there is a heartbeat that's happening in my own body, right? And no way a creature will be able to halt that particular action that's happening. Whereas if I take the movement of my hands or legs, especially in our human body, I think there is an immense amount of dexterity that's available. Right, there is a lot of haltability that's there in my hands and in the limbs and various other parts of the body. And the if you look at this as a spectrum of haltability, the mammoths are those which have highest levels of haltability. Mammoths are those which have highest level of variations or highest level of control. Whereas
So they
beats
are,
are, yeah.
so mammoths are within our volitional control, like my movement of hands and limbs.
Yes, 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 yes.
Whereas heartbeat is involuntarily it is happening. I can't
Yes,
control.
yes, yes, yes. So volition, we don't want to attach volition to the definition of mammoth itself, because the aspect of volition or even something like a conscious control for us is emerging out of this ability that your body has. I think some of the examples that we take a little later will clarify those things. If I may move ahead. Has
Okay.
GN joined here yet, or?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
back.
yeah. He's
Yeah. So should we take the examples now, GN?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I think maybe what we could do is we already took about an hour,
Yeah.
so maybe we should just try to wind up in maybe 5 minutes, and maybe through question answers we can.
Yes,
So we'll just
definitely,
give some
definitely.
examples, because these
Yes.
examples are actually in the form of videos and pictures, so it may be much more easier.
Yes.
So yeah, so just wanted to say that the entire action space is full of animal space. Right from the day any organism is born, they always born with action. In fact, action defines life in a major way.
Yes. Yes.
Not necessarily only in human beings. Like the next slide, for example, shows a single cell creature called paramecium, and you can actually see the how so much of action actually happens. But this action, as DP must have already told you, this is beats.
Yes.
These are not. These are not the kind of what you call as haltable action patterns, because paramecium cannot have a control to halt the action that it does. So in that sense, it is at the digestion stage. To use Elvano's metaphor, it is not in the drama stage.
Dance.
So
Yes.
or a dance stage. Yeah.
Yes.
Next. And then the most interesting thing that happens is that when we are in the action space, some interesting thing happens, that we leave traces. And that's a great advantage of actions that leave traces. And oftentimes we think that the traces are real. But without looking at, of course, the traces are real. There is no doubt. And that's exactly the place where we are not agreeing with the dynamical perspective. I mean, the popular dynamical perspective. They think that, representations are not real, but representations are indeed real. They're as real as the actions themselves. Next, maybe, this is like a very another caricature of a lizard leaving traces, because, all of us, of course, when we walk also, we leave traces on the ground. So leaving traces. But the interesting thing is that traces are left both by beats as well as by haltable action patterns. That is both mammoths as well as beats. Both of them leave traces.
So other thing that I want to...
Yeah, some of them are voluntary and some of them are not. So go ahead, DP.
Yeah, so other thing that I want to highlight in this particular example is, you may say that, okay, the lizard here is able to move its hands and there is a particular pattern in which it's moving its body. But there is no capacity to halt. For example, human beings have the ability to move their hands, lift their hands and do certain other things as they are walking. Or even maybe hop with just a single leg, right? So all these are some interesting haltable capacities that human body has. Whereas if you look at this lizard, like, it's very difficult for us to imagine the lizard lifting just one leg, one of its four legs up and then still continuing walking. right? So it doesn't have that ability to halt this particular action pattern. Right, even for example, some of the birds, if you may take, so a crow may be able to move its legs independently, whereas most of the birds, they can't move the legs independently. They just can keep hopping ahead with both the legs, right? So the way their bodies are biologically, the structure of their bodies are in such a way that they cannot perform certain, or they cannot halt certain actions, or they cannot do certain actions independently. So this is sort of somewhere in the middle of that entire spectrum that I was trying to picture, from beats to mammoths, right? So the mammoths in a lizard are very, very primitive, or the amount of haltability that is possible for, say, the limbs of lizard are very limited, right? Whereas perhaps the mouth and the tongue and various other movements, there is still a lot of haltability perhaps in a lizard. Yeah. So this is another example of human haltable. I mean, to talk about haltability in human beings. So with heart, the heartbeats, like, we almost have zero haltability. Whereas with breath, as I tried to demonstrate you with the case of speaking, so there is some amount of control or some amount of halting that we could do in our breath. And that's what is leading to elaborate variations of sounds that we manage to produce by varying the breathing patterns. Yeah, so these are more examples from the animal world itself for halting the action patterns. So the squirrel is capable of standing up here and also holding an object with its hand and perform some things with its hand, maybe some nut or whatever. But these are all capacities that are as a gradient across the animal kingdom, and it's not something very, very peculiar in human capacity. And all of them have those primary aspects that we have seen earlier, like the repetitive, the reflexive, as well as the recursive patterns in this gradient of haltability from beats to the mammoths. You want to add anything here, GN, or should I move to this example?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because we also don't have much time.
Yeah, much time, yes. Yeah. So another example here is multi-zonal halting action patterns. So by multi-zonal, what we essentially mean is, even if we consider this entire human body as a single network, there are multiple zones in it. And these zones can be sort of disengaged. For example, for a lizard, it cannot continue walking with one hand free. So when it's walking, all its four limbs need to be in a particular pattern, and it cannot do anything with the hands. Whereas, say with apes like chimpanzee here, or even human beings, so their hands are sort of free to reasonable extent when they are walking. And in this particular case of tool use, so tool use can also be seen to emerge from this ability to free my hand and perform some action independent of the rest of my body, right? So my rest of the body is sort of acting like a pivot, giving some stability for me, and I'm able to move my hand independent of it. And that is how I'm able to sort of halt and sort of do something else. And it's out of this capacity that I stumble upon this ability to pick something and do something else, and that's what we call as tool use. So here I'm sort of able to pivot on the stability that rest of my body provides, and it sort of is disengaged. This particular arm is disengaged and is now allowing me to use it as a tool.
So I want to just add one thing. I want all of you to imagine if there is any structure of a statement in this particular picture. Is there a subject? Is there a predicate? Is there a copula in this particular statement itself? Because what we are actually claiming is that the regular statement structure is also part of our body. The place where the action is taking place, that I would call is the verb, which is actually doing the action. Whereas the places where you're halting and controlling as stable is like, you're sort of trying to create a kind of a movement by saying that, okay, I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about this.
Yes.
How do you seek attention of the other person? You have to seek the attention by actually diverting to the place where you are acting, and that has to be a haltable action. That is more important. If it is a continuous action, it will become change blindness kind of example. Like it doesn't be part of your experience anyway. So that is how phenomenologically one can analyze many of the things that are happening in front of us.
Yeah. Should we move to the next example?
Yeah, please go. So this is a celebration of reflexive action patterns that happen in human body. As you know, about the third, fourth month, the child already has developed limbs and fingers, and they also start licking them even when they are inside the womb of the mother. Even before they come onto the outside world, they're already, exploring their own body.
Reflexive. Yes.
So this exploration of your own body, because our body is so reflexive network, such a reflexive network that one part of the network can touch the other part of the network right in the beginning of the embryological stage itself. So that is precisely the reason how we want to account for the a priori knowledge building that actually happens even before you're born. That a lot of action, and that is because action is the first step for cognition. If there is no action, there is no cognition. So it's a kind of a kind of a very strong linkage that we are doing. And in fact, at this stage, maybe I can just say that recently I learned that several of the tissue culture organoids that are being made in the stem cell research, particularly those of the intestine and the heart, even in a petri dish, the heart starts beating. And in a petri dish, the intestine starts showing the undulated movement. And there is no nervous system there.
Yeah.
And that is very important to note. That is, even without nervous system, beats are part of life.
Yeah.
So this whole emphasis that neurons are important, of course, neurons are important because you need to network the sensory motor system.
Yes.
So that is why you need a nervous system. So
yes.
According to our model, the nervous system is essentially nothing but a motherboard.
Yes.
The processor is the sensory motor component.
Yes.
So that's the way how I would like to. Actually, the next one, you may just want to quickly show this part of the video. So this is how complex the generative recursive syntactical halting action patterns that are happening inside our vocal cord.
Are you able to hear?
Yes.
Well, don't worry about it now because we don't have.
I think questions are piling up for you.
I know.
Yes.
I think it is time to halt. It is time to
Yes.
halt.
Yes.
Yeah, let's halt here.
Yes.
Not a problem.
Maybe a conclusive statement if you wish to.
Well, is there a concluding statement, DP? Why don't
No,
you-
I think it through the questions itself, I think we'll make an app.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Because
I'll just right away thank you and both of you and invite questions because we are literally running out of time.
hardly 15
Questions
minutes.
are welcome. Questions are welcome. Observations, comments.
DP, maybe you can stop sharing the.
A very simple question comes to my mind that you have not talked about human consciousness at all.
Mm-hmm.
You have not talked about the human consciousness, the peculiarities of human consciousness, the self-awareness of human consciousness, as well as multiple resourcefulness of human consciousness compared to animals. Do we have only animal consciousness? But the whole model is seems to be silent about the large brain humans have and the way they synthesize all that you are talking about. What is the place of that? Is there not a gap between what you are saying and what we are experiencing?
Yes. Yeah. So what we are saying is that there is absolutely no gap. There doesn't exist any gap. There is a continuity, and that is precisely what our philosophical position is. That the traditional gaps that have been thought about by the various traditions, both in Western as well as in Indian systems. So we are not holding that. So therefore, we will continue to defend this position until we fail to defend anymore. And so, as you said, the consciousness. So did we speak at all anything about consciousness? Because we think it's unnecessary. Because the moment experience is possible, and the experience is part of your network, the sensory motor body, and it is experienced, and there is attention of your experience happening, because and it is because we also use this word, no, self-consciousness, as if consciousness is one thing and self-consciousness is another thing. Essentially, what we're trying to do is that this particular reflexive action that we do is actually very, very self-conscious. Let me also use this term. Like, for example, Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. In our model, we say something like, I clap, therefore I am. I can join my lips, therefore I am. I suck, therefore I am. You know, these are all embodiments, and we are celebrating the thinking process with our body almost all the time. Okay, we think with our vocal cords, we think with our body, and we think through our hands, and we talk with our hands, and we do that all the time. And very important evidence for this is that the thinking stops when, for example, I give you anesthesia. And what happens when you give anesthesia? Your motor action stops. Your rest of the body may be active, it is live, but the motor action is what stops. But then heart is continuing to beat. The lungs are continuing to breathe. That means the beats are still going on. The memets have stopped. That means we lost the consciousness when memets stop. So that is how we try to explain how consciousness comes and consciousness goes. Because the moment halting action patterns are stopped, then your consciousness is gone. And you can bring back consciousness by removing the anesthesia from the blood, anesthetic compound from the blood, and which happens in a few hours. And we come back slowly and steadily, and then we start acting with our things. And therefore, the predominance of such actions is what justifies and defines human condition. In animals, it is much, much lower. They have very few haltable action patterns. Whereas we are celebrating, our body is full of action patterns. Take, for example, how dexterous we are. I can move each hand independently. And that's why we are able to play musical instruments.
Yeah.
And that's why we're able to play dance, whether it is Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, or whatever dance that we do all over the world. And so cultural activities that we do are all celebrations of these haltable action patterns. So this is what we're calling memets. So memets define the conscious space. So in a sense, it is not that we are saying that we are not able to explain consciousness. In fact, we are head on and trying to explain consciousness by saying that the moment you remove haltable action patterns from the body, your consciousness is gone. I hope I answered your question, and certainly you're right in understanding that we're not accepting any gap.
Yeah, we can have Ranjan Panda. He wanted to ask something. I let Ranjan be there first. He wanted to ask.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's a clarification. It's not a question to you, because in action theory, when we take Davidson, for example, make a clear distinction between events and action.
Yeah.
And drawing from phenomenology on these two concepts, I am and I can. I can is more fundamental, primitive than I am. If that's kind of a phenomenological prediction or performance of action. So when I say I can, I am, as you said, very attentively making a kind of a judgment about uh, doing something, or or you can take the example of confidence, as you said. So that consciousness is not just certain movement, but being aware of doing it. So where do we really conceptually, make a distinction between um, the events taking place and being aware of that event?
Well, essentially, the the issue is, of course, everything is an event, right? Whether it is an interaction or an action, and a very broader scale. So, in a sense, we are sort of further distinguishing actions from that. So, since it is something that you are yourself performing, so that doesn't mean that you have to be continuously be aware of it all the time. In fact, this is very well explained by Carmelo Smith in her model on modularity of mind, arguing against Jerry Fodor, that when modular aspects of cognition are performed, you don't think. The result comes out almost instantly, because you already have created that action pattern so many times in your life, and you practiced it so well, and you have drilled it out left, right, and center. So you ask this question, the answer comes immediately. Like, for example, when we are learning how to drive, for example, we are very conscious of our actions and the events that are happening. But then once you become a master driver, you are not focusing on driving. You can now start chatting with your person. But when you are driving, it's almost impossible or difficult for you to chat with the other person. Why? Because you are consciously looking at whatever you are doing. So this is how, in our model, in fact, we haven't been able to put everything together. It's a layered architecture. So as you master an action pattern, that action pattern goes to the lower layers. That means it is modularized. Now, modularized action patterns are not part of your conscious action space. But then some other action now is capable of being performed. And that is how we're able to perform multiple actions with our body, whereas some actions are happening unconsciously, whereas some actions are happening consciously, though some of those actions that you're performing currently unconsciously were consciously performed earlier at the time when you're learning. So this is how I try to resolve the various actions that are happening, and some of them are not conscious and some of them are conscious. I mean, this is the approach that we take to answer the kind of questions.
Yeah, I understand, because you already mentioned about grasping. So
Right.
it's like, learning the rule, and then, you say that now I can do it. So that was clear. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, may I ask?
Yeah, go ahead, Navneet.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Maybe acceptable for something which is modularized activity, but we make decisions, we make choices, and then an agency is involved. So what about that? Firstly, this.
Yeah. So I
mean,
because our body is an agent. Where anybody that acts is an agent, right?
No, something which is I am making a decision offline. Like I anticipate some event happening in future, say tomorrow.
Yeah. So
and then for example, make some choices. Yeah.
Like, for example, when you ask me the question, for example, I am silent right now, but am I really silent?
You're thinking. Yeah.
No, but thinking is an action, and this action is also a sensory motor action of the body. And you see, the most important way how we learn, for example, is that a child, for example, is not capable of, he or she always thinks aloud. While they're learning how to, for example, they don't know how to whisper to begin with. Slowly they learn how to whisper, and after some time, they learn how to talk without by moving their lips and tongue and all that, but they train how not to produce the sound outside. And after a while, we sort of internalize how to continue to have a dialogue with ourselves without even producing any sound or even telling you that I'm actually doing anything. I can just sit here.
I agree for all these aspects.
So all these are possible, right? That is how we plan. So that is how we plan. That's how we plan.
I make some choices. Sometimes we plan coffee.
Sorry, I was saying that sometimes.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying that sometimes we plan inside, but then we also plan by taking a pen and a pencil and start, scribbling on the paper, because that's also thinking, right? So then we produce external traces and then try to, keep note of things inside the notebook and things like that. So we do a lot of such things, and these are all what you can say. What the cognitivists would say, these are all representational autonomy. It's a kind of domain of language where these are not. They think that these are not biological. These are rational actions. These are not like things that you can consider other beings are capable of. But essentially, a lot of animals do plan. They also act before acting, real action, in the sense that they simulate things, but not to the degree that we do it. And if you want to call that a huge jump, yes, there is a jump, but it's a jump nevertheless.
Okay. All right.
One more smart question.
Okay, we have 2 more questions. All right, go ahead.
Simply, how your scheme can be used to explain concepts, like concept of bird, concept of chair, furniture, like this.
They're action schemas. They're action schemas and affordability, affordances, Gibson's and Piaget. So Gibson and Piaget actually already took care of that problem. So we're not really inventing anything out there. So any action schema would be considered a concept, and any arbitrary trace that we can put together on a piece of paper, for example, can become a symbol, and which can stand arbitrarily to some internal meaning that we already have. And we start associating meanings to those symbols and so on and so forth.
All that is fine. So your action schemas will be based in terms, they will be described in terms of haltings.
Absolutely.
Your action schema.
Absolutely. In a sense, one can say that why are we using this halting as a necessary condition for human condition? Of course, as I said, it's also for many of the animal conditions as well. But like, for example, the simplest language that anybody can do is a Morse code. Where you have Morse code that is used for telegraph in the earlier times is just a tap and a gap. Like you can do, which means that there is a tap, there is a tap, there is a gap, there is a gap, and there is a tap. So that itself. So there are only these things that you can use, and you can express all the words of English, for example, just using this language. So it's a kind of a binary language. All that it has is a tap and a gap. Okay, so this is how telegraph used to happen in the olden times. But one thing important is that because it's a language, why is it that it become a language? Only because it has got that gap. If you don't halt and keep on doing like this, it's not language anymore.
No language.
Right.
So halting, that is syntax. So syntax is produced only because there is a halting. So that is how, what we're actually trying to say is that we are an embodiment. We are a celebration of haltable action patterns. And that's why we are capable of doing all the things that we're doing.
Right. So we have another question from Pratibha, and then yeah.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. GM and Dr. DP for your lucid explanation. Yeah. I have a question as a student of philosophy. I'm referring to the first distinction that you made between reality and appearance, and the correspondence of this distinction with things and events, nouns and verbs, emotions and reasons. All these are understandable, but with objectivity and subjectivity. Now, Kant has explained to us that you said phenomena is most objective. Now, Kant has told us that phenomena is something subjective. It is like an appearance. So Kant has taught us the other way. He says phenomena has something to do with subjectivity, with appearance, and noumena has something to do with objectivity and reality. Now you are saying it the other way. Please explain this kind of confusion between two teachers, you and Kant. And my second very small question is about the genetic epistemology. About the word that you use, the term genetic epistemology. Book-Titus, or the evolutionary epistemologist, also explain man as a combination of bio, psycho, social, socio organisms. So is evolutionary epistemology the same as genetic, or there is a difference between the two? Please explain.
Yeah. Actually, both the questions are very, very interesting questions. In fact, the first question is a very beautiful, involved, and I would call it as a proper philosophical question, in the sense that it's a real philosophical problem from time immemorial. We've always been trying to find out, how do you understand the reality as against what we experience out there. So there are some interesting things that happen in a kind of network kind of model, which has not been very systematically being completely explored. And there are certain attempts, like for example by Ian Hacking, who wrote the very interesting book Representations and Intervening, a philosopher of science, Ian Hacking. And then and there is also this Andrew Pickering wrote the book on construction of quarks and things like that. So there, if you look at these philosophers of science, they're talking about how do you construct reality by intervening with reality. So experimental science, for example, when scientists are exploring the world, what are they doing? They're actually acting and interacting with the world and letting the world, so to speak, to you. Because they actually, what they do is when they control the parameters, they're not letting other parameters to intervene while some phenomena is actually happening. And this is the way how scientists have shown us how to explore the world and find out where what is out there, so to speak, quote unquote, objectively. Now, how are they doing that? By actually analyzing our phenomena, because the experimental phenomena are also phenomenal and they're experienced by us, even though there are instruments that we may be using. Ultimately, we have to interpret what the experiment is actually doing. So this is the perspective that we would take. So what we do is we'll follow Ian Hacking, intervening with the reality, because intervention is an action. And Andrew Pickering's model of, how do you construct worlds, like how do you construct a quark, how do you construct an electron, how do you construct the various other phenomena that we're doing. And we do that almost all the time. Like, for example, this particular communication between you and me, I'm sitting in Mumbai and you're sitting, I don't know where. So it's a way of, communication. And why are we able to construct this reality? We constructed this reality by intervening with the world out there. And thus that reinforces that anything that you can intervene becomes my criteria for objectivity. That means I'm able to, make some other network, which is not part of my network, right? There is something outside there, but I'm able to find out whether that network is part of me or not by just my reflexive test. So the reflexive test will immediately tell me whether it is part of my body or outside the body. So that means what is subjective and what is objective can be done very simply by finding out whether if I am touching the table, is the table touching me? But only is there any network relation, that is reflexive relation between the table and my self? So that is how we determine whether the body is outside me or not. And whereas that is certainly not what is going to happen when you are touching your own body, for example. Why? Because my shoulder, for example, is also touching my hands, and therefore that is how I find out. So this is what I would consider as a subjective reality, whereas the objective reality is when I am intervening with the world outside. So by taking these two people and following them, we will be able to, find out the difference between, the objective reality and the other things. Apart from that, scientists have also found out many other invariances. The invariance is something that is very interesting that happens here. See, the invariance is a proportion, is a ratio. So that is how we actually learn the differences between various things that are out there. So how do you find out the differences between various things? Actually happens entirely through the way how our body is actually processing the whatever differences that we are perceiving through our actions. So, and from that we calculate invariances, that is ratios. And science actually calculates ratios all the time. And proportions and percentages that we talk about are basically nothing but some kind of a ratio. And ratios have some objectivity about them. It's a mathematical measure, and it doesn't have units for precisely the reason that they don't need units. So when you're trying to compare two things, you always use this proportional logic of mathematics. And that is possibly one reason why when you're actually using a kind of a mathematical way of understanding the world, and I am saying that this sensory motor network is actually a computer, and it actually always is measuring the world outside, and it is actually able to understand that what is called the objective aspects of the world. So objective aspects of the world, to my understanding at this point of time, is the proportionalities. So proportionalities are the objective ones, and that is how I construct my world. So this is the way how I would very briefly answer your first question. I don't know if I still have time for the second question, which is about genetic epistemology and evolutionary epistemology. Actually, to a great extent, they both fall under one broader category. Today, we call it as naturalized epistemology. So both these terms fall under naturalized epistemology in the sense that, we say that the problems in epistemology cannot be solved by doing philosophy, quote unquote, classical traditional philosophy alone, by debating and analysis, but actually by looking at how, like Piaget and Merleau-Ponty tried to do, is understand biology before you try to answer any phenomenological or philosophical questions. So understanding biology is very important.
Thank you so much.
That's what is the broad thing called the naturalized epistemology.
I think one and last observation from Supriya, from the students' point of view too. Supriya, if you're there, you can ask the question very, very quickly.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So basically, sir, my question is, according to you, like basically action is the, sorry to use the term, like root, but is the root cause for all the experiences and for the cognition. Yeah. So basically, when, would you consider like something like chemical breathing as action? Because chemical breathing is an important part of human functioning as well as animal functioning and plant functioning. But the chemical brewing also, if you call it
Supriya, your voice is not clear. Your voice is not clear. Okay. I guess to GN as well.
The first question is clear, but the second part you're saying is not very clear.
Yeah, so I'm saying, would you consider chemical breathing as a part, as an action? If it is an action, so will you consider like plant as conscious as humans and as animals are conscious?
But is there anything called chemical breathing? I mean, are you talking about respiration or something like that? What you're talking about?
No, chemical breathing. I mean,
breathing.
Breathing.
Are you talking of breeding? Breeds?
No, not breathing. it's breathing, like converting one chemical into another. For example, in our body, we have dopamine, in
Like
adrenaline, these are
doing
right, and they get converted from one form to another. So
Yeah,
yeah, breathing. Yeah, somebody has
yeah.
written it.
But
Like grafting, that's what you are saying. Grafting one plant in another.
No, chemical breathing.
All
Basically,
right.
yeah.
Please elaborate it, breathing. What do you mean by this? Even I'm not aware of it.
are you talking about the metabolic reactions that are happening?
Yeah, metabolic reactions and all that are happening. Yeah.
Yeah. So the metabolic reactions, as I said, fall under the category of something like digestion, as Alvanoi talks about it. And therefore, I won't call them as actions. They're interactions. They
Okay.
happen through physical, chemical interactions.
This is a
Yeah.
yeah. Just
Yeah.
follow up question. If it is not an action, then how you have talked about the spectrum of consciousness or the like the degree difference in degrees
Yeah.
in the world, right? So
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
that degree is happening, like how that spectrum is created.
Yeah. This is actually a very, very interesting question. I think the last part of your question is very important because, see, on one hand, we are saying that we are providing a spectral view,
Yeah.
okay? And then why are you making this distinction between action and interaction? Aren't there two categories?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if there are categories, then aren't you not violating your own metaphorical spectrum?
Yeah.
I appreciate your question, and this is a very, very important and interesting question. And in fact, I have tried to write it in another place elsewhere of why this is not really difference. See, so this is what I would do it in the process of what I will call it as appearance and reality kind of distinction that normally people try to do. So here, essentially, when you look at the world as a world, you can say, the whole world is only made of quarks and atoms or whatever. There is no problem when you say something like that. But when you're trying to explain as a model, okay, so you try to introduce certain categories, even if they're not real. So this is called modeling.
But you also mentioned that these are one of the bad habits of philosophy.
Yes, it is. It is very much. So, but then we should be aware of it. Exactly where you are doing the modeling and exactly where you are saying that this is real. Right? So, this is a model using which you are actually trying to understand what's happening. And you're making this distinction only for communication purpose. It is a name that is given such that we understand each other. And also, if it is an assumption, you declare it explicitly. And if it is a kind of a difference in the point of view, like, for example, I have to, for example, make a distinction between beats and mehmets. Right? And so it is part of my model. So I will consider it as a model-based reasoning. And models do not have to be real. That's the interesting aspect of models.
No follow-up questions, Supriya. No follow-up questions now. We have our next speaker. Gaurav, you can put on your question on hold. Maybe we can post him and mail it to him because we are already running really short.
Did you show us how to reach us, or you want to quickly share?
Please.
Email
that would be helpful.
So that you can email it to us.
Yes, I can type it here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just type it there. Yes.
Yeah. But we are really thankful to you, Professor Nagarjuna, for taking out time and with us. And it was really wonderful session. I am not at the moment finding out appropriate appreciations for you and Durga Prasad to I mean, it was a really nice idea to, have a companion and, who could be there with you. And especially when it comes to, switching off the internet. So that was a rescue. I would say that he could cover it up.
Absolutely. I was about to say that. Thankfully, he was able to cover up.
Yes,
Otherwise, it would have been a disaster.
And he did wonderful too. He was good too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there. Thank you. You have shared the address?
I have shared the email IDs.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So our students will be posting questions. So respond them, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Your convenience. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
So we are about to begin with the next session, and we have our resource person, Professor Ranjan Panda, who is a faculty at Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Mumbai, and he's been working in the areas of philosophy of language, philosophy of mind, and moral and political philosophy, and he has 3 books to his credit and number of research papers in peer-reviewed journals too. And we welcome you, Professor Ranjan. And it's an honor to have you. It's a pleasure indeed to have you with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So at the outset, I thank Professor Shivani Sharma for her kind invitation. Thank to my colleagues who presented papers yesterday and also had a great opportunity to listen Professor Nagarjuna and his colleagues. So now my paper is not a very organized one. I would like to read what I have jotted down recently, and hopefully you will excuse me if I commit mistake. Now the title of the paper is Does Heterophenomenology Explain Consciousness? Most of the concepts are already discussed by Professor Prasenjit Biswas and Professor Nagarjuna, and so in that context, if I miss, then I will not be losing much. But this is how the paper goes. Before we discuss this question, that does heterophenomenology explain consciousness, we in this forum or in the seminar on phenomenology and consciousness need to understand or make an attempt to analyze what consciousness and phenomenology mean to us. Phenomenology, as we all know, is the study of the notion of consciousness, and it studies the structure of consciousness as experienced from the first person perspective or first person's point of view. The structured consciousness, as we know, is built on the notion of intentionality, which is an intrinsic feature of consciousness. Consciousness is always of something or about something. So this offness or aboutness is a part of our conscious experience of the world or of ourselves as well. So it is evident that this intentional feature is intrinsic to consciousness. The phenomenological directedness that which is immediately present to any experience is something primitive, basic to understand the nature of experience, whether it is perceptual or otherwise. Experience, more importantly, something that is given immediately to our perception, and I'm using perception in a very broad sense, is something that which is referring to the object in the world, or it is about concerning our life world. So when I see, so for example, when I see the lake, I continue to take my morning walk on the lakeside road. I think about so many things like the morning walk. I certainly think about the lake, the morning beauty, the sound of birds, etc., etc. Here, phenomenologically, I am conscious of experience, basically discloses the life world in which I am situated. So far as these experiences are concerned, myself is wholly unexchangeable phenomenon, and there exists a world. Speaking about the world is something very significant to all of us when we talk about consciousness and or get engaged to understand what consciousness is all about. Now the question is, how does the self relates to the world, or what is this intentional relationship, and how does one explain this intentional relation? Now it is in this context we try to see how Daniel Dennett, whose name has been taken yesterday as well as today partially. So how Dennett responds to the phenomenological account of experience. Dennett introduces this idea about heterophenomenology in his writings, and Daniel Dennett is, I would consider Dennett as one of the naturalists, and he also claims that he is a physicalist or materialist, and that materialistic perspective of Dennett certainly rejects a phenomenological explanation of consciousness. According to him, consciousness is not intrinsic to the structure of experience. Rather, it can be functionally explainable. The functional explanation of consciousness is built on a structurally isomorphic relation between the experience, feelings, thoughts, etc., with the neurological behavior of our brain. The functionalist thesis emphasizes the causal relationship between the neurological states of the brain and the kind of mental life they constitute. Dennett's emphasis on this idea that neurophysiology of the brain is something very central to human cognition, or so far as the explanation of consciousness is concerned, we could involve this functional explanation to understand the nature of consciousness and other activities that any human beings perform. Now, when we talk about that, he of course gives a model of functionalism, which is particularly with reference to heterophenomenology, about an artificial intelligence, and he is advocating a strong artificial intelligence theory. So where the human activities, conscious activities, could be performed by any significantly complex or developed cognitive system, artificial cognitive system called robots or computer or whatever you call them. So that is something very significant in Dennett's account of consciousness. So human beings perform various activities. We acquire language, we acquire beliefs, we modify our beliefs, and so on. So all these activities dependent on certain physiological or neurophysiological activities of our life. Now Dennett anticipates that there will be an artificial system which would function independently, and this would replace the view that AI is human dependent, or so because most of the debate is this, that the kind of intentional attitude expressed by any physical system or artificial systems have a kind of a dependent intentionality or derived intentionality, as Searle puts it. So it is in this context we can conceptualize what Dennett's idea is, that Dennett want to have some kind of a replacement, a complete replacement, because according to him, that will help us explaining how consciousness occurs in an artificial system. So thus, a strong functionalist approach shows that it can explain away consciousness, subjectivity, intentionality, and all other features which consciousness accommodates within its conceptual realm. And Dennett's attempt, therefore, is to talk about a conceptual revision in the theory of consciousness. This conceptual revision is needed because of the Cartesian or the phenomenological theory of consciousness that advocates the ontology of consciousness. So, as we all know, that whether it is Descartes or Husserl, they do emphasize on this idea that consciousness is real, and therefore it is not a byproduct of any physical system. So the ontological presupposition of consciousness has been completely rejected by Dennett, because that does not help in explaining consciousness scientifically, or explaining consciousness consciousness from a very objective point of view. Okay, so it lacks objectivity in that sense. So therefore, this conceptual revision is necessary. And therefore, in all other cases, he tries to reject this whole idea of an inner life, the whole idea of an qualia and things like that, or the notion of subjectivity, etc. This is, according to Dennett, is a traditional way of theorizing consciousness, and it is not scientific, as it is mentioned by in yesterday Professor Sachidananda Mishra Ji was talking about it, and it also tried to reject thereby the whole idea of unity of consciousness, which Professor Ambika Dutt Sharma Ji were discussing, that how that particular Western perspective has something something against this unity of consciousness thesis. So one can relate to that as well. So according to Dennett, this unscientific way, that the Cartesian or the phenomenological understanding of consciousness becomes a non-scientific way of conceptualizing consciousness, results in cognitive illusion, and it does not explain the mystery of consciousness. Now, so now let us try to understand that what kind of heterophenomenology Dennett tries to talk about. So to the question, how does heterophenomenology go about it, Dennett would answer, I quote, "As the reader of a novel lets the text constitute a fictional world, determined by the text, exhaustively extrapolated, as far as the extrapolation will go on, and intermediate beyond. The experimenter, the heterophenomenologist, lets the subject's text constitute the subject's heterophenomenological world, a world determined by the text, and indeterminate beyond. This permits the heterophenomenologist to postpone the basic knotty problems about what the relation between the fictional world and the real world. So as Professor Nagarjuna was pointing out, how philosophers have dealt with this question of real and appearance. So in many times, this idea of appearance is been also discussed with particularly in the context of consciousness, is as if consciousness and the real consciousness. So as if experience and the real experience. So it is in this context, this permits theorists to agree in detail about just what subject's heterophenomenological world is, and while offering entirely different accounts of how heterophenomenological worlds map onto events in the brain or the soul. For that matter, the subject heterophenomenological world will be a stable, intersubjectively conformable theoretical posit, having the same metaphysical status as say Sherlock Holmes, London, unquote. So in this connection, heterophenomenology highlights the very mode in which we are engaged in the world. If the mode of engagement is critically studied, not as a text of fiction, rather how one experiences it in reality, then we can determine every bit of its constituting elements that are making our experience possible. This experience can be shared and thereby available to intersubjective scrutiny. The heterophenomenological method neither challenges nor accepts as entirely true and assertions of subjects' experiences, but rather maintains constructive and sympathetic neutrality in the hope of compiling a definite description of the world according to the subjects. No doubt, Dennett's philosophical position emphasizes an objective or a neutral, a kind of an agnostic method, which he terms as a kind of a bridge, the bridge between subjectivity of human consciousness and the natural sciences. Dennett upholds the method which can conserve the opinion of the subject and communicate it to science. That is how consciousness experiences an explainable in scientific terms. In the language of science, one can objectively put forward the problem of mind-body relationship, and there is nothing subjective about consciousness, and which is unexplainable. The science of consciousness can basically explain cognitive states with reference to the structure of the brain. If the case of experience of pain, Dennett mentions, I quote, when a person or an animal is said to experience pain, there is certainly an afferent input which produces an afferent output, resulting certain characteristic behavior centering on an avoidance of withdrawal. A genuine pain behavior is distinguished from the feigned pain behavior by the virtue of the strength of an afferent connections. Their capacity to overrule or black out other brain processes which would produce other motions. That is, compulsion of genuine pain behavior has cerebral foundation, unquote. The brain is central as far as processing of sensation, feeling, and information is concerned. It has the power to operate intelligibly, to articulate an appropriate action. So to explicate further about Dennett's functionalism, we need to understand another very important concept about the explanation of consciousness is the multiple draft model to replace the Cartesian theater model of mind. So Dennett comes forth with his quite an align and hard to visualize at first, because according to him, we cannot imagine such a Cartesian framework or the Cartesian theater. Multiple drafts model, according to this, all varieties of perception, all varieties of thought or mental activity are accomplished in the brain by parallel multiple track processes and interpretation and elaboration of sensory inputs. Information entering the nervous system is under the perceptual, quote and unquote, editorial revision. The novel feature of multiple draft model is the feature detection, or that determination only has to be made once. By this, Dennett wants to show that once the peculiar observation of some feature has been made by a specialized, localized portion of the brain, the information content thus fixed does not have to be sent somewhere else to be rediscriminated by some master discriminator. Okay, and he writes, and the discrimination does not lead to a representation of already discriminated feature for the benefit of the Cartesian theater, for there is no Cartesian theater. So this is how Dennett's heterophenomenology would like to talk about a kind of a subpersonal thesis of consciousness, and that subpersonal thesis of consciousness has, as I clearly mentioned, has tried to understand consciousness scientifically from a third person point of view. And so therefore heterophenomenology tries to maintain a theoretical viewpoint which is grounded on scientific objectivity. Everything that is considered inner and interior to the realm of mental is now rejected on the basis of an externalist or account of consciousness. Hence, if X exists, then X must be known and accessible following the methodology of science. So heterophenomenology maintains that consciousness is a natural phenomena. There is nothing mental about this mechanistic function or neurochemical processes of the brain. And even the cells are mindlessly working. I mean, there was a discussion. I know Professor Nagarjuna and other biologists, philosopher of science are very competent to talk about this. But yesterday we were talking about Professor Sachidananda Mishra talking about that how they have the cells have mind. But so here is Dennett's approach may be questionable. They said it is mindlessly working. So there is nothing mental about the very function of the cells that constitute the body. So the function is quite autonomous in that sense. Actions, as we as he was discussing, is something very different than being conscious of that, or they are not being consciously articulated. One. So therefore, heterophenomenology takes, I quote, the neutral path, and this is Dennett words, the neutral path leading from an objective physical science and its insistence on the third person point of view to a method of phenomenological description that can, in principle, do justice to the most private and ineffable subjective experiences, while never abandoning the methodological principle of science, unquote. So heterophenomenology has practiced a field of, it has been practiced in the field of experimental psychology, psychophysics, neurophysiology, and today's in cognitive science. So investigations are conducted, considering the micro level of phenomena and their functions, and how certain events occur, and how these events, whether they're chemical or electrical or acoustical, as Professor Nagarjuna was talking about sound making exercises. So they are very harmonically conditioned by the body without giving any special importance to the subject or the self, quote and unquote. So the study of this process illustrates how the data are composed and they are interpreted. In other words, how a micro level explanation could suggest us to explain our intentional behaviors. Dennett, I would like to briefly summarize this point, that Dennett's zombie argument to talk about consciousness, that there is nothing special about it. There is nothing significant about it when we talk about experience, because while explaining this, what is it like to be a zombie? Say, for example, if a robot starts behaving like a human, and we will never notice that that the robots will not have an intentional experiences. So maybe the robot will have experience, and how can we say that that they don't have experience. So by definition, nothing but even though who takes zombies seriously agrees that there are sins. So that is how there could be an as if at least us from the outside, because we are perceiving the entity from the outside. So therefore, to be something, it is like to be a zombie, and just that seeming it what phenomenology scrupulously tries to capture is that there could be a possibility of an experience. It may not be a human-like experience, or then I would say there is nothing special about such things called experience. So it is all a mechanical process. So in this way, Dennett tries to eliminate consciousness, or try to explain away consciousness, as we study in philosophy of mind. So so then what happens to this whole idea of experience? The phenomenological account of experience is not merely an intentional, but very complex in terms of other features, as we know when we talk about subjectivity, and when we talk about the very structure of experience. So the experience has an inner dimension as well. But when we read this, there are two important philosophical tradition. One, the Cartesian tradition, or Descartes' way of understanding the mind, has a kind of a inner or interiority to it, and to some extent, the phenomenologists try to overcome that interiority issues in their own way. So in my next section, I would try to talk about the notion of interiority a bit. So it is in this context I would like to share with you that when we consider human life as it appears to us in manifold ways, so this manifoldness is really grounded in our consciousness. That is to say, consciousness is life in itself. So it is very difficult, as I do not know, when we talk about life or the concept of living beings. So how do we dissociate consciousness from any living being? So I have a quotation from Wittgenstein saying that life is all that we are living, has many forms of consciousness embedded in multiple forms of life. The physicalists have rejected. So the Wittgenstein's idea is consciousness is life in itself. So that is the quotation mark of Wittgenstein. So when I try to understand that life is all that we have, are living, has many forms of consciousness, is embedded in the multiple forms of life. The physicalists like Dennett have rejected this view because consciousness for them is one of the epiphenomenon, in the sense that it is a product of certain mechanical process. So whether it is located in the brain or whether it is located in the entire body, but it is that mechanical process which is giving birth to consciousness, and therefore consciousness could be causally explainable or reducible to, and they Dennett will not mind calling him a reductionist. So but the philosophers of mind, particularly those who do phenomenology and a non-reductivist theory of mind, would have some problem with reductionism. Therefore, let us go with this idea that they take mind as an epiphenomenon. What is rather significant for them is to study the body or the brain activities in particular to explain the dynamism of life. But so far as the fact of living is concerned, the body is as much as part of life as consciousness is. Hence, the credibility of this remark unfolds a philosophical problem, that is, what constitutes the interiority of the consciousness and how it is associated with the facts of living. The significance of consciousness is understood by studying its function in various occasions for its use rather than explaining away the concept entirely. Hence, the understanding of the notion of consciousness demands the illustration of the notion of thinking that involves experience and thought. This illustration is done from both the first person point of view as well as from the third person point of view. Experience and thinking are uniquely associated with the interiority of human life. The notion of interiority involves attention, reflection, internalization of experience, and these three elements constitute basically the interiority of life. Interiority is not a recent concept, rather pretty old, and can be traced from the Upanishadic tradition as well as from the Greek philosophical tradition. The Upanishads have sought after knowing the self or the inner being, or what they call Atman, which is otherwise known as the realization of the divine. So realization is an inner experience of the self with the divine. Rather than seeking an experience, it found the outside. This kind of inwardness involved in searching one's own selfhood is also present in the Western tradition, especially in the writing of Jaspers, who tries to trace it from the tradition of 500 BC. So Jaspers writes, I quote, "Man experienced absoluteness in the depth of selfhood. He discovered within himself the origin form from which to raise himself above his own self and the world," unquote. So the knowledge of self-discovery or self-realization is something spiritual in comparison to the materiality of the fact of living. Moreover, the notion of spiritual refers to the interiority of life, the person, where the material refers to the exteriority of the life of the person. One need to study the significance of these dimensions of life, neither by compartmentalizing them nor by eliminating one with the other, but showing the synthesis, focusing on the meaning of life as a whole. The notion of interiority is explicitly mentioned in Descartes' analysis of the self. Thinking is the function of interiority of the self. Jaco Hintika refers to Descartes' conception of performative character of thinking. Professor Nagarjuna said thinking is an action, so it is exactly going in that line of Hintika, who says cogito, that conforms the sum, that I am or I exist. The Cartesian cogito involves self-knowledge that signifies knowing about oneself and also conforms the existence. In other words, the self-knowledge is a marker of what one thinks about oneself, comprehension of one's own ability to carry out thought into action. This ability, I have elsewhere discussed, is a semantic ability which may not be merely characterized in terms of physical capability. But I will come back to this whole idea of physical capability little later, referring to Husserl, what I was discussing, that I can is more fundamental and primitive than I am. So I'll come to that and in my later sections. So capability or power. Rather, the semantic ability helps in comprehending the content of thought and action. In other words, it is an ability to perform action meaningfully and also thereby realize what is being performed. Hence, cogito involves a self-reflexive intentional attitude through which the content is introspected and correlated with thought and action. Thus, Hintika writes, I quote, "What makes us connect the cogito with introspection is spiritualization," quote and unquote, which makes the place when an external speech act is replaced by a thought act. in cogito, it is presupposed that man not only can converse with his fellow men, but is also able to have a discourse with oneself without speaking aloud, in a way closely reminiscent of Plato's famous definition of thinking. Thinking is a discourse that mind carries on with itself, unquote. So this spiritualization is often vulnerable to critics under the banner of scientism and positive attitude of explaining the nature of human life. Nevertheless, let us accept this weak point of the Cartesian characterization of the cogito, thinking of inner from inner form of speech act, that is, being engaged in thinking or performing a thought act. So yeah, just a minute. Yes. So so when we talk about the thought as a or performance of thinking as an action, and this action is an intentional action, and we all also know that how intentionality is actually a key feature of consciousness, and that helps in structuring consciousness, as I pointed out in the beginning of my my reading of my the paper. So therefore, intentionality constitutes the interiority of life, because even if we read Searle's biological notion of intentionality, for him the plants, the way they interact in the environment, are also expressing some form of intentionality. So every living beings therefore are intentional, and in the case of a human, maybe it is much more complex form of intentionality. So that is how it could be. One can see the layers of intentionality, making experience more complex and sophisticated. So when we go to the Cartesian notion of inner outer distinction, indeed that is a misleading distinction, and the phenomenologist will have a very interesting way of dealing with it. So let me spend some time with that how does that can be resolved. So human beings are not only experiential beings but also thinking beings. They articulate their feelings, experiences, emotions, reason in order to better interact with the world. Thought is not only intentionally articulated but also self-reflexive. That is to say, in their everyday life, human beings intentionally relate to things and self-evaluate for maintaining their own forms of life or living. This intentional living further discloses the normative mode of thinking that shows the direction of it, as Searle would call, and here I would try to term it, the self to the world and the world to the self. So thus human life operates within an intentional field of constitutive intentionality of forms of life. Call it cultural, religious, scientific, academics, democracy, etc. All these are grounded in the constitutive form of intentionality, or called we intentionality. So this is borrowing from Searle's idea of we intentionality, and how this we intentionality actually creates institutions or the realm of the social. So you can see consciousness not only playing something at a very micro level, but also at the level of the mind, and also at the level of the social. So in that sense, one can think of that how do we overcome this notion of inner and outer distinction when we bring the notion of the social or we intentionality. The notion of we intentionality not only involves a subjective intentionality of self, but also offers an opportunity to understand the self. The self is not necessarily an inner invisible to the other. Rather, as Wittgenstein maintains, that the outer side of human life, namely the body action, customs, practices, community, and tradition, is primary and the foundation of everything, of everything inner. Unquote. So, in other words, the inner process stands in need of an outer process. That's also Wittgenstein's one of the aphorisms. Or thinking is not not an incorporeal process which lends life and sense of speaking, and which it would be possible to detach from speaking. Unquote. So, now following these statements of Wittgenstein, I try to draw that and he also says this: human body is the best picture of the human soul. In all these, Wittgenstein has tried to relate the inner with the outer. So far as feelings, experiences, thinking, etc. are concerned, one refers to his or her inner life. The significance lies in how these things are structured and understood. The structural approach to the interiority of life, as Gordon Kaufman interprets, there is no originary or inwardness in human beings. We naturally respond it to the external and the visible ways to what is happening to us, the sensation we receive, and our inwardness is only gradually built on a language, built up a language develops. If inwardness is linguistic construction, it will thus vary greatly in different cultural or linguistic settings. Thus, inwardness is not an inner chamber accessible only to the self. It is rather the range of possibilities of action. As now, this is completely aligning with Husserl's idea of possibilities when he talks about horizon and seeing the possibilities, the range of possibilities of action, speech that open to the child. Okay, so unquote. So the interiority is accessible through the normative, cultural, and linguistic practices. More precisely, through the forms of life. The self is intentionally connected with the forms of life, which itself is constructed by the social or we intentionality. The former shows the mode in which the interiority of thought is structured, and later shows the self's intentional engagement with the normative framework of institutional life, unfolds a dialogical and performative character of thinking. So, shall I stop here, or I just would like to bring maybe 5 minutes?
Yeah, please.
I can open it for discussion, because initially I tried to point out this that this whole idea of thinking or experiencing is something something phenomenologically very interesting, and Husserl's observation of Locke is in this context needs to be read out to understand the phenomenological concept of experience. Because when Locke talks about ideas and the notion of sensation and reflection, he tried to minimally use the notion of reflection as a kind of a mental activity. Okay, so that is one point. It was yesterday pointed out that the whole, Professor Ambika Dutt Sharma ji was trying to say that the whole naturalization project possibly started with Quine, but it is much even earlier to Quine. Locke in this reading of could be a kind of a naive naturalist movement, where Husserl is trying to critique Locke. So notion of reflection, going beyond from the realm of mental to the notion of bracketing as a kind of a reflective action. So that is one point which I would like to submit here. So reflection in the line of sensation or impression or interconnection of ideas, thought is intrinsic to consciousness of the world. Here, the notion of mind refers to the unity of consciousness, as Husserl talks about protension is useful. It signifies because it talks about succession of ideas and hence the bond of unifying features. Because in yesterday there was a discussion about where is this unity of consciousness and why it is missing here. So so I think that succession is actually brings unity. So consciousness is not one dimensional, rather, as Sal would put it, borrowing from the phenomenological tradition, that it has both horizontal and vertical relationship. Now, the all experiencing is experiencing in a horizon of possibilities, as I was talking about. The experiencing is thus experiencing is a horizon of possibilities. The the experiencing consciousness is at the same time the consciousness of such an horizon. So I think, and it is in this context when we talk about experiencing, about the possibilities, the awareness of the possibilities. There, for the phenomenologist, there are two important things. It is along with, I mean, when they critique Descartes, Descartes says, "I think, therefore I am." But for a phenomenologist like Husserl, it is "I can," because I can perform the action. As there was a reference to Alvanoy and activism, and in the previous talk. So even I think yesterday Professor Harinaran also referred to that. So this whole idea of making it possible, is something which is intentional, and that brings the sense of awareness to it, that I can and I have the ability. So the notion of ability need to be revisited, rather, because that actually justifies, or that actually very, very significantly has an implication of concluding I am. So I can is genetically earlier and explicit consciousness of I am. So in that sense, that ability of moving my motor organs or performing something, like holding the cup, you can so that possibility is realized by me. So the possibility of it, or the actualization of it, refers to the notion of performance, bringing it about, or I bring it about. This capability is a dispositional capability, or I can move myself and I grasp the problem that expressed by you. So therefore, it is in this sense we need to talk about that how, when we talk about capability, we are considering that we are not only living being, but those who are living bodies like us also can perform certain action like that. So that corporeal capabilities are something which actually connects us with the life world in which we all are situated. So with this, I would stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ranjan, so much for contributing and deliberating on this concept of heat phenomenology, and discussing about if on the possibilities whether it will define consciousness or not. And thank you for taking us through this whole Dennett perspective, and of course merging it with Husserl's perspective, and then finally somewhere down the line you also gave a reference to Karl Jaspers, which was very close to, I would say, Indian paradigm when it comes to spirituality also. So I see a lot of cameras switched on, and I'll request Lalan first to go with his question.
I will
Yeah.
also ask a question.
After Lalan,
Okay.
all right.
Okay, that's why I just asked
Yeah.
for your permission.
Okay. Yeah.
Ranjanji can always ask, no problem.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. So Ranjanji, it
हाँ
was
बताइए.
almost, listening to a symphony, a treat to you.
Thank you.
The kinds of, going back and forth while trying to locate the contours of heterophenomenology. This is a very small article. I also had opportunity to go through and read while talking about this consciousness explained. So my first, very simple, curiosity. How do you see the difference between which a book actually he publishes in 1992 and the later writing? So what kind of, heterogeneity are the discourse of heterogeneity along with the phenomenology, actually making phenomenology slightly different. But at the same time, if I connect with Descartes' notion of interiority or the interior,
Yes.
And then its interiority discussion, the subject, I can experience, and that subject I can experience in a form of qualia. So his notions about pre-science, pre-scientific, how do you really explain? Does he becomes a little metaphysician in some sense, talking about science, but actually also avoiding science? It's a slightly fuzzy picture, though that picture does not any longer becomes fuzzy when you take shelter into the Wittgenstein, and particularly later Wittgenstein, when you're trying to forms of life. Life itself need to be lived in the forms of life. So there's no life as such, in materiality or non-materiality. So those discourses also very, very much resonating through and through. The last, it's a comment. The classical debate from J.B. Watson to Skinner and then Gilbert Ryle is a debate about developing analytical tool on the one hand and establishing some kind of materialism on the other hand to explain the mystic part of consciousness. So how do you really look at this particular move of heterogeneity when actually one is also trying to engage certain post-structuralists, say Judith Butler and many others who have engaged the similar question while trying to understand the performance of love, the performance of agency. So that ability, agency becomes, a continuous thread, which you are also trying to connect. I can, therefore I am. So this move from Descartes to Husserl and Husserl to Sartre and many others, where do you locate yourself as a position, as for, Professor Ranjan Panda's position, where do you really locate? And thank you so much. It was wonderful listening you. Yeah.
Lalanji, if you ask me what is my position, I'm not that great scholar, and so it is. I just wanted to bring before you a kind of a thinking which I've been reading, but if you ask me what is my position, yes, I can only suggest that this is what I like. I that much I can say, but I'm not an established thinker as such. So yes, now let me go to your first question about the notion of heterophenomenology as a tool, as a scientific tool which Dennett is trying to use, and he tries to revisit that in his book Sweet Dreams, and or heterophenomenology reconsidered. Now, Dennett is very clear that that there is only one explanation possible about consciousness. So that is that very that may be very important claim so far as science is concerned, because science is explanatory, and science rejects the other modes of cognitive other modes of knowledge which are established through intuition or experiences. So therefore, when we accept a scientific claim, then where does it actually leading to? Okay, so it is leading to a state where there is nothing called consciousness. So there is nothing called a self. Maybe I'm just a functional entity. Okay, so this is what is troubling me, because am I just a functional entity? That question every subject should ask, no? Or am I something more to that? So I'm not saying that we need to hold on to a kind of a Cartesian substance dualist position, but I think every human being, as a conscious being, has something to say more concerning not only the question of their experiences, but how these experiences are aesthetic, moral. I mean, the content is very rich, very complex. Actually, we pass aesthetic value judgment, we pass moral judgment, we conform to certain ideas that yes. So when we make such judgments, then am I just doing it, without nothing, or am I just behaving mechanically? So that the question which is troubling question for all philosophers. So because functionalism ultimately makes us groundless. Okay, so if I try to ground this notion of self, so self therefore certainly a metaphysical concept, and philosophers, I'm trained in reading metaphysics more right from the beginning, so therefore I have no hesitation to accept a metaphysics of consciousness. But in Dinet's kind of a proposal which is more close to behaviorism, a kind of very, very sophisticated behaviorism, in that proposal there is when you go on analyzing him, there is consciousness is no more there. It is completely eliminated. So that is the so that makes me groundless. That makes me only a functional one. So therefore my it comes to the second question, that I'm not just behaving, I'm not just interacting, but I also initiate certain basic action. Okay, think of a decision which I'm making. That's a basic action of an individual. It is not just interaction that which is mechanically governed, so in that sense, you may call it mystic, but yes, that's the very fact.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Yeah,
it's also a position which you are upholding.
Yeah,
through and through. So
yes,
thank you. Yeah,
I think one basic question is, I can, as an ability, and in a paper when I talked about semantic ability, knowledge is a semantic ability. So I think when I'm doing an action, I really mean it. When I say something, I mean it. I mean it means I understand the content of my performance. So that is how do I have that ability? Maybe it is genetically there. I mean, I'm not saying that human bodies or as a human being, we should look at man or a human first. His body definitely has a body, but when we talk about theoretically talk about performance, this whole ability to mean performances, I think, comes first. So that gives me a kind of an opportunity, as Bill Graham puts it. It gives me an opportunity to say that what it means to me and what I am trying to communicate to you. Yeah, that is what. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lalan. Thank you, Ranjan. Alok ji, you can ask your question, please.
Thank you very much. My question is almost answered in the previous question of Lalan ji. But I could understand that you are against Dennett. But you are far. Whom you have talked about many, Husserl, Wittgenstein, and many others. So your position is not clear yet. You yourself accepted it. But where do you tend to? Do you accept the unitary view of consciousness as propounded yesterday by Ambika ji or in the Indian tradition? Or you propose something else which may be scientifically understood, but may not be along the lines of Dennett? And another view may be coming from the existentialism and phenomenology, maybe of Sartre, where he talks about the choices, where he talks about the basic quality of consciousness is like that. So that is another school of phenomenology which is not being talked about. I think consciousness may not be that understood that in the sense of science of Dennett, functionalism, but phenomenologically we can understand in Sartrean terms also. What will be your response?
My response is very simple, Tandonji. See, I accept that consciousness is real. Okay. So if that is my basic assumption, and I try to see in various ways how consciousness is actually manifesting in our actions, so that there could be manifold of actions. That is one point. Now the other point is this that there is a unity of consciousness when it comes to the concept of self. So I cannot just say that I did this and I am doing this now, and I did when I was child I did something else. So the whole history of my self as a situated being, is coming from this fact that I am something. So the concept of self for me actually is a very important concept because it represents that unity of consciousness. So consciousness is not a discrete phenomenon as Dennett understands it. So therefore, I'm not aligning with Dennett. But yes, I accept science to great extent because if you see the biotechnology or medicine or many other factors, when they have studied our body parts and how their basic functions are and what could be the remedy for actually putting the function back to the normal. So all this requires a tremendous amount of study. So it's not just I'm rejecting science. I'm trying to say that, see, the science, when it only claims that this is the only truth, that is a very dangerous claim. And I think in consciousness studies, Dennett makes such interesting claim, and that is, I'm afraid that such claim may not help us as a philosopher to locate the world. But I'm quite comfortable when we let us say put consciousness biologically, and that is how I can connect to all other living beings in the environment. So, and they are integral part of my interaction, everyday interaction. So the life world is actually, or forms of life in Wittgenstein is actually there in the background to provide us many theoretical inputs to justify that how profound it could be. See, and that is why one can be poet, one could be a scientist, one could be something else, but nobody denies that it is a kind of a vacuous term. So that is something not acceptable to me, and that is where I would like to locate myself.
Shivani ji, may I
All
ask?
right. Pankaj has a question, and after that, we have some observations in the chat box also. Professor Nagarjuna and Supriya, and Professor Prasenjit also seems to have a question for you. So, Pankaj, you go.
Thank you, Ranjan Kumar Panda ji, for this lucid and comprehensive, rather, presentation. While you are engaging with this inward consciousness or interiority of consciousness, you say that this is a very good idea, that thinking as a performative act, whereby you also talk about the layers of intentionality, different layers of I would situate my question that, for instance, let us take the example of poetic consciousness, or poet within a deep emotions, and he is perceiving the word and manifesting whatever that level of consciousness. So when you talk about this layer of intentionality, what do you in fact mean by this different layer of intentionality? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, the layers of intentionality, could I mean, if you try to see different aspects of it, whether it is in the form of aesthetic perception, or in the form of aesthetic consciousness, or poetic consciousness, or moral consciousness. So consciousness manifests in many ways. So and it is also very transformative. I mean, in the sense that the same event which cannot affect you, much, but at one point of time, but the same event can affect you very, very differently. Sorry.
Pankaj, kindly mute yourself.
Yeah, please.
So when that is the very virtue of consciousness. Look at the allegory of Ratnakara and Valmiki. Okay, at one point, Ratnakara, who was involved in killing so many people as a thug, and he was very when he's a transformed individual. That is why I was asking this question to Ambika Dutt ji yesterday about the self knowledge and transformation. That when you are a transformed being, the killing of a bird also hurts. If someone else is killing, but the very observation, the very perception of that event taking place before you is affecting you, and you have a poetry coming out of that. So it is. So therefore, it is very important to note that in what way, and you have tried to articulate yourself, or how much sensitive, in a biological term, how much sensitive you are when you are making a reflexive action. If so that is what.
Thank you, Ranjan, for responding. So now you can pick up the observations of Professor Nagarjuna.
Professor, he says, can the following statement a correct way of summarizing heterophenomenology? I can know that you can, therefore you are. I can, sorry.
It's in the context of your statement.
Yes, so this the heterophenomenologist would actually claim that I am, therefore I think. So that that is how Searle also puts it. Ultimately the Searle has been a non-reductionist and also takes a biological viewpoint of consciousness. But yes, heterophenomenologist will not have that awareness. As I was very curious to understand, when I have this ability that I can, the moment I feel that I can, that is the point where I am conscious of my ability. Okay, it is sometimes say for example, the child is trying to stand up, okay, and hold something, is making a kind of an action. And but when we talk about I was discussing with you about the rule following example, or the driver and the driving example, which Sal also gives, is where learning the rule and following it are two different things. So when we learn it, when I'm making just an imitating it one by one steps, I may not have that kind of awareness which I know that I can drive. Okay, so therefore maybe my involvement, my intentional attitude to interpret I can is therefore maybe very minimally there. But that will not be an heterophenomenologist claim. Heterophenomenologist claim, according to Dennett, will be that just see that I'm acting. Okay, if the computer say I'm acting, that's all, and that is how you will not have a sense of this fact that whether the zombie is having this feeling that what is it like to be a human being. That question will not come. In fact, that will be more illusory, it's not it? I don't think this will be a kind of a very suitable derivation. Yes.
All right. Supriya also has a question, and then Professor Prasenjit.
Yes, thanks a lot, sir. Do you think heterophenomenology can offer some solution to Fodor's problem, framework problem of AI? Yeah, I mean, when we look at Fodor's modularity thesis, or the functional, Fodor is also a functionalist for me. So in fact, for Fodor, when it is about an AI, which is a combination of both a software and hardware kind of a stuff, so he supplements, Fodor would supplement to Dennett's position. So I will put them in one framework of functionalism.
All right. So can we have Professor Prasenjit?
Yes, sure. Namaskar. Not able to hear you.
Namaskar, sir.
Yeah, namaskar. I'm unmuting. Ranjan, very nice to hear you and the detailed review that you have given, which actually is very refreshing. But a few questions, seemingly arise here. Consciousness for Dennett is not a very kind of a homogeneous, rather it's heterogeneous, and it's very complex. Let's call it, for the sake of a kind of an argument, that it's a complex phenomenon. Consciousness is a complex phenomenon. Now, being a complex phenomenon, it will have a very spread out, something invisible, unobservable, incalculable, and something that is observable, known, both the sides it will have. And therefore, one option that Maturana and Varela provides is that consciousness is autopoietic. It can recreate itself in a certain mode. The mode could be an intentional mode. The mode could be something different where, let's say, the stripes of a tiger may not be entirely known. And the albino squirrel, as an example that Andy Clark gives to Dennett, that an albino squirrel, may not look like a squirrel. So therefore, there is this constant switching of the perspectives about identity of something, which enters in this complex field of consciousness. Now, this is one part. That complexity leads to a certain kind of ambivalence about identity of things which are there in the field of consciousness. The second part is that there are these cases like people who are having post-traumatic stress disorder. In the state of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, people are not identify themselves with their body. There is a dissociation between the body, consciousness, mind, and the self, making the field even more complex. So these are the two things that pops up in my mind, and I would like to hear you on this. Thank you, Raj.
Thank you. Actually, yeah, I mean, there are so many things. First of all, in my reading of Dennett, Dennett is no less than Churchland or though I mean his whole idea is, as I said, they want to, his whole project is to talk about consciousness, not using the terms or concepts as it has been traditionally used, or as we read in other philosophical texts of whether it is from the Husserlian tradition or the British philosophical tradition. So both in continent as well as the Anglo tradition has, or the Eastern tradition. They have one way of looking at consciousness. They assume that consciousness is real and very fundamental. But Dennett, I'm afraid that Dennett will not accept consciousness is something real. So that's the basic, theoretically, if we look at. So the whole heterophenomenological method is trying to suggest that consciousness is not real, whereas phenomenology and other schools of thought are accepting that consciousness is real. Now, the other question is this, how it creates a sense of observable and unobservable. Now, say for example, consciousness is unobservable but experienceable. So therefore the concept of experience is a very important concept for me, because that's more complex, and that is where or thinking, which is part of that experience, is more complex, because that what we are immediately aware of. So that immediacy is actually, we doesn't take any, that is more self-evident, as Descartes would share with us. So self-evident in the line of Jan Hacking and also Wittgenstein, that it is so perspicuous representation that you don't really look at things, the world, to say that you need an evidence to prove it. So it is a perspicuous. So perspicuity is a very important term when Wittgenstein says it is thought it the better picture of reality, because that is what it is. It is. I'm directly aware of it. I'm directly experiencing it. In yesterday, Gadarji was saying pain and pain example. So I don't really need an other to experience this fact that I am in pain. So if I have a toothache, I will definitely say it is, I am in pain. So I do not need any other evidence for that, because I'm experiencing it. That's the first person's account of experiencing pain. So will I call it observable, or will I call it as unobservable? But certainly in the category of experienceable and that which is not experienceable. So for Dennett, everything is observable. Even consciousness is observable. I mean, in the sense that, because he's trying to address to this mystery, the Cartesian mystery, and trying to say that there's nothing, nothing inaccessible to the kind of technology or the methodology which we have. So everything is accessible, and everything could be demonstrated. So if everything can be demonstrated and that is what the science is. Science is relying much on the demonstrative attitude of third-person perspective. So if that is the case, so when I say something is observable, then it is observable to everybody. So irrespective of the fact whether the sea fiber is simulated or not, you can observe it. So the point is there are unobservable entities, even those who are working in theoretical science and those who are competent in now. Our many of our colleagues are there, Navneet, our Lalit, and Professor Nagarjuna, many who are competently working on this idea that there could be an unobservable entity. So, but so far as Dennett's claim on consciousness is concerned, I think he would go with a kind of a theory that everything is observable. So that is that point. Now, the other point is on just last on identity. Now, I was wondering that when it comes to the classical theory of identity, which is we call it a personal identity. I think what is a person, as you know, you refer to it in very extensively in your talk yesterday, but we need to little move from reading Strawson and now Christine Crosskerd and many Bilgrami and many others. They are trying to talk about a kind of a normative identity of person. So the concept of person is not just a combination of, or could be understood with this parameter of mental and psychological predicate or material predicates, or on that terms, but we need to see something more into it. So there is a moral dimension which has been part of the person's life. So when you look at the life world of a person, the way a person is situated or was situated, say for example, we have been talking about Gandhi, we have been talking about Ambedkar, we have been talking about Phule, or many others, eminent scholars who have contributed, or Marx, or Jesus, or anyone. So when we look at that, we try to understand, and this understanding can never take away our moral perception. So how do we try to interpret the moral, interpret their words and actions in terms of our moral and aesthetic perception? So therefore, the question of identity, when I know I can, I'm just saying, I'm just sharing what I think. I'm not saying that I'm right. So when I try to understand this question of I can, so I can, is a very important, and it is pregnant with, it's filled with this normative element. Because I have done a study on moral identity, referring to the Konark temple. Okay, when the Dharmabir who goes to the temple in that night, this is a folktale actually. So he has this attitude of saving or the dignity of his father and other 10,000 sculptors or masons who are working to build Konark. Okay, and this I can, he says I can. So he says I can, so that has also takes not only the integrity question, the dignity of beings, community. So all this. So I think they are morally filled questions. So therefore it is about moral identity, not just physical or so that I think we need to little enlarge the scope there. Yes, that much.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Ranjan. We may have later conversation. That's later.
I think Navneet wanted to ask something, and that would be the last.
No,
Yeah.
nothing.
All right. So one question from YouTube for you, which has been asked. Just a second. Yeah, this is Tushar Chaturvedi, and who's willing to ask you, is there an objective method within heterophenomenology to ascertain bivalent relationship, if any, between thinking and intentionality?
Yes, the whole, objectivity claim is, very significantly there in Dennett, because that's what scientific objectivity is, more matter of not just relating to intersubjectivity, but the idea of making it more explicit and making it demonstrable. So that objectivity of science is very much part of heterophenomenology. I mean, yes. So therefore, as I read a quotation from Dennett, yes, that is how heterophenomenology will talk about, or assert, in fact, not talk, but assert objectivity, and that is scientific objectivity. And what was the next step, next part of that question?
Just that if there is a bivalent relationship between thinking and intentionality.
Bivalent. Thinking is intentional.
Yeah.
When we say that thinking is not intentional, I guess, so that is how I would.
Yeah, it is automatically embedded in it.
It is, yeah, necessarily, yes.
Yeah. So we now can conclude, and as many of us were, Lalan, Alok ji were too much interested to know.
Alok ji to sahparti rah chuke hain hamara.
Yeah. That you have talked about heterophenomenology, and yet you have not taken any position. But I assume that since you consider consciousness as a unique phenomena and a defining feature of humanity, I would say that you do not agree with Dennett at many points.
Yes, obviously. That is obvious, yes.
Yeah, so that is an obvious position for us to believe in. And thank you so much for taking out time, Professor Ranjan. It was wonderful having
you. Thank you, Shivani. Actually, I'm first time in your university, though virtually.
No, it was
benefited from my other panelist talk, and I am willing to listen to Lalit Saraswat. I have not listened to him since a long time from here.
This pandemic has done one good thing, that it has connected us. But
I'm benefited from all the talks that happened yesterday as well as today. It was very, very interesting, and thank you very much once again.
Thank you for acceding to our request. Thank you all. We'll be catching up at 2 again.
2 again. Okay. That will be good enough.
On the same link.
Yeah.
And we'll be having Navneet as our resource person.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjan.
So Shivani, can we talk?
Yeah, sure.
Lalit. Lalit is there.
Lalit is there. He has switched off his video. I'm not sure. Yeah. Lalit has been a student of your department.
Department. He worked with Professor Sirola.
All right. Lalit is our next speaker.
Yes.
How is your brother-in-law, Ranjan?
There is some improvement today.
Achha.
So hopefully, doctor gave a very positive note today.
Okay.
So yeah.
And it is corona.
Corona. All of them were affected. All the entire family is affected. Actually, today the 2 tests came, and those who were at home in the village, so they were tested positive.
Okay.
Except one boy, everybody is positive. So 3 of them are hospitalized. My mother-in-law was in critical condition, but there is a slight improvement happened today. So that is the good news. Hopefully, by tomorrow or day after, if this improvement continues, then,
the only worry
aging, and now she is 74. So now that is the reason. And she is vulnerable to cold. Her body, she has been often suffering from cold. So, and pneumonia is also attacked. This corona pneumonia. It's dangerous.
That is another complication.
But today, when she told me, and my wife spoke to her, she said she feels a little better.
Okay.
Breathing wise, she feels better.
We used to think that it will not touch the hinterland of the country. It has gone.
From my own village. Two of them. One is my classmate. He also passed away.
Acha.
And he was when we were in high school. He was there. And another gentleman was very short. He is a political leader, advocate, public advocate. In my village, bad news are there. Yes. Vaccines are also not easily available. IIT, the first round they gave, then they are going on extending the date. Now there was a survey 2 days ago for those private agencies who can come and give vaccines. So we all have registered for second dose. So let us go. And people are playing also. Some politicians are using things. So
what is the purpose of being a politician if they are right apt time?
But things will improve, I think, after.
We are also hearing that there is a dip in cases now. There is a little dip. Hello, Geeta ma'am. We are just waiting for the speaker resource person. one contact number is not working. It is showing you out of coverage. Just call. All right.
Not able to hear you.
Yeah. Unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Go haywire. That is what. Anyhow. All right. So I think I can request Gaurav to go online, YouTube, and so that we can start with the live session also. So officially, I welcome all the participants and research scholars and our resource persons to the second last technical session of this 2 days webinar on World Philosophy Day and on phenomenology and consciousness. We have with us Dr. Navneet Chopra, who is an alumni of our department, and we take pride in it. And he's currently a faculty in Department of Philosophy, Delhi University. And his primary interests have been philosophy of cognitive science, phenomenology, and existentialism. His major publications have been into mind reading in cognitive science and modern phenomenological critiques of mind reading theories and mirror phenomenology in empathy. I think with these words, I now formally request Dr. Navneet Chopra to begin with his presentation, and we look forward. You need to unmute yourself, Navneet.
Okay.
Unmute.
Am I audible? Yeah, I'm audible.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Shivani, to give a nice introduction. And I'm happy to get connected with Punjab University after a long time. So today I'm going to make a presentation on Walter Freeman's neurodynamics, it's intentional neurodynamics. I think there's some disturbance. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, so I'm listening a lot of noise here.
Do you need any help from our side? Do you want me to stop the video?
Yeah. If you switch off your yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's much better now. So this is part of neurophenomenology, and by neurophenomenology, the term was coined by Varela and his teacher Maturana, and by this very discipline, what we mean to explore is that there are two parts of this endeavor. One is phenomenology and then the neuro part of it. So the first step would be to do phenomenology, where we look at the intentional structure as it is revealed in our reflection or as it is revealed in consciousness. But we are supposed to do in a more systematic and rigorous manner. We know phenomenology formally started with Husserl, though classically it was always practiced in Indian philosophy and also in Greek philosophy. When Socrates says, know thyself, which means get in a close contact with our basic inner self and to see its fundamental structures. But Husserl is credited to start it as a systematic discipline. And then we know Heidegger, Merleau-Ponty, Sartre, they have been major phenomenologists as classical ones. And in modern times, we know Dan Zahavi, Sean Gallagher, and others, they are prominent phenomenologists. So as a phenomenologist, we look at the structures of our experience, and then we try to find the neural correlates of those structures of experience in the brain, which means to find out the neural mechanisms, neural structures, first of all, and then the neural mechanisms which may correspond to them. Often we say neural correlates, which is actually a first step towards finding out the causal explanation. But the first step is to find out that, okay, this is what we know in our experience. And beneath it, what are the neural structures which get activated, which we can map using some certain techniques like fMRI machines or MEG or other neuroimaging techniques. Before fMRI, it was prominently used. What was prominently used was EEG, electroencephalography, which are recordings of brain waves. And Walter Freeman is a pioneer in this field, and he's an interesting person that he is not just a neuroscientist. He has been a physicist, a philosopher, a psychologist, and a neuroscientist. So that is something we find in the history of intellectual tradition, someone who is expertise in a lot of these disciplines and who is able to integrate his knowledge and expertise in a cohesive manner and to give us deeper insights about how does mind work, how does human mind work. Now, I had chosen this paper, Neurodynamical Models of Brain in Psychiatry, written by Walter Freeman. But to make sense of the paper, I had to really work very hard. I had to look at 3 other papers and one book by Ivan Thompson, Mind in Life, which gives some better elaboration, I would say, for a layperson like we guys, because we are not trained in neuroscience. And so when there's a lot of technical terminology, we need to take help. So the paper which I have chosen, here he gives a overview of that what cognitive sciences have been doing historically, what have been the major approaches there. And he, first of all, does talk about, he talks about classical cognitivism or computational representational theory of mind, under which we know that cognition is computation, to put it simply. Now, computation over what? Computation over abstract symbols. So there's an abstract algorithm, which means a complex rule system, and it is operated upon certain abstract symbols. Sorry. So if I want to explain in classical computationalism my rational behavior or anyone's rational behavior, so if I don't want to get wet in rain, rationality would say that I should pick up umbrella. And suppose I do want to get wet in the rain, then I would not pick up umbrella. Now, to make it systematic, they approach kind of logical approach. We know there is a logical operator. If P, then Q. We know we represent it by standard symbols, something like this. So if I show you guys this thing, P, if P, then Q, we know this is this logical operator. And if P is there, then Q naturally follows. So we know, we know this logical rule. So we can, P can be a general symbol for a statement or a proposition. If it rains, I'll get wet. And then Q can be, if it rains, then I will pick up umbrella. And then Q can be, it rains. So the natural consequence is I'll pick up umbrella. So that kind of rationality or decision is automatically reached at without caring for your inner experience or your subjective experience or qualia and all that stuff. And that's why they believe that all what is important for cognition is computation. When statements or propositions are expressed as abstract symbols like P and Q, and then you subject them to some logical rule or complex logical rule. The example I gave is the simplest form of logical rule. And there can be many more complex rules which you can combine in the form of mathematical expressions. And that will give you the output as the rational decision or rational output. Now, this is the way a computer works, and they assume that this is the way human mind works as well. So they assume that through our sensory organs, our eyes, our ears, nose, and so on, we have 5 sense modalities. We get sensory data, and somehow it gets transduced, which means converting it into the electrical energy. Like if I touch my table, this is a pressure, a mechanical force. Through my skin, it enters, this sensory data enters, and then it converts into electrical energy. To eyes, I receive the photons, and they get converted into electrical energy. Similarly, through ears, I receive auditory signals. Again, that information converted into electrical energy. So all 5 modalities, we receive sensory data from them, which gets converted into, which is called as transducers. It's a term from engineering, mechanical engineering, I guess. And so the sensory data gets converted into electrical energy, which then reaches to brain, and brain is equipped with certain algorithms which operates on these electrical data and gives you output. So if I look outside my window and I perceive a tree outside, that is the result of such kind of operations, such kind of computational operations. Now, this seems quite neat and clean and quite simple explanation of human cognition. And my contention is that this explanation is, though simple, but is simplistic. By saying simplistic, I mean this is not appropriate. This is not sufficient to characterize human intentionality or human mind. Because one major reason is that our human mind, it doesn't work on linear causality. Now, this computer metaphor, which I just described, which is the backbone of CC, classical computationalism, or classical representational theory of mind, where you represent the objects out in the world in the form of abstract symbols or propositions. So there are representations in these forms, and then you subject them to rules. So you do computation over this abstract representation. Hence the name is computational representation, theory of mind. It falls into many problems. Firstly, the problem of meaning is there. But before, let me complete, I started with, that mind in this model assumes to be working in a linear fashion, a linear causation. That data is coming up and you subject it to some logical operation or algorithm, and which works as a causal agency, and you get the output. As if in a machine, you put some ingredients and you get the output, say juice, or you get the output, say perception, or linguistic meaning, or your rational decision, judgment, and so on. So that is the underlying basis. But human mind, when looked at closely, we find is much more complex. So one insight which we get from phenomenology, starting with the Husserlian phenomenology, is that a lot of circular causation or reciprocal causation seems to be operated there. So let's look at that phenomenology first. So if we look at count of Husserl for intentionality, we know 2 processes, noesis and noema. Now, noema is the intended object, and noesis is that process through which you reach at that process, reach at that object. Now, in this phenomenon, Husserl informs us that act and the object, they are in a dynamical relation with each other. It's not the case that you apply the process first, the way we did in computational approach. We did the process first, and then we get the output. So here, we apply noesis first, and then we get the noema, the intended object. No. Human mind, first of all, we have to understand and acknowledge the fact that is always contextualized. We are living human beings. We're not a robot. We're not an artificial intelligence system. For us, the world matters. We are engaged with the world, whether we are committed to the world, in the sense that we care for the world, that world matters to us, world has a significance to us. So we are always being in the world, if I use Heideggerian terminology, but the same idea is expressed in Husserl as also in Levin's word, or the life word in English. So this engagement is prior to our conscious reflection, and we are thrown into the world without our choice. So certain objects or certain situations, they are important for us. They are our emotions, or they are our intentions. So in the very process of perception formation, this contextuality or situation I am in plays a very significant role. And we come to this realization that perception is not merely sensation. Perception is interpretation of sensation, or certain sensory information, sensory data, or sensory perturbation in our sensory organs. So how that interpretation is made, it is completely, it is, if not completely, it is significantly decided by the situation one is in. So one particular case I want to inform you that I had a book here, but yeah. Yeah. This is, if you can look at this picture, this is a picture of a tent, just a yellow tent, and some tourists, they were, I mean, at the time of dusk, they were going through, crossing this forest, and they perceived this yellow tent to be a wild bear, this one. And they shot at the bear. Actually, we know it was a tent, and there were 2 tourists inside. They got killed. They were subjected to trial. And the issue was, this question was raised by the lawyer, that how is it possible for someone, I mean, they defended themselves by saying that they actually perceived a bear. And then it was objected that how a yellow tent could be perceived as a deer. So I dub this phenomenon tent as bear phenomenon. This is an actual case actually. In US, it happened, I don't know, in some 60s or 70s, whatever. So this was defended by psychologists that there is a process called top-down processing in contrast to something called bottom-up processing. So to give you a little familiarity, bottom-up processing proceeds by perceiving the parts first and then integrating them to make the whole. And top-down processing works in an opposite manner, that you understand the situation or the context first, and then in the backdrop of that context, you make sense or make meaning of the stimulus. And that is what is perception. So in this situation, actually, they had heard the news that a wild bear is roaming around, and it had already killed 2-3 people. So it was the time of dusk. So conditions were a little hazy as well. Lightning conditions were hazy, and they were, the most salient aspect is that the situation was that they were under threat. Now, when someone is under threat, and lightning conditions are vague. So in that condition, under the top-down processing, the best bet is that you are to survive and you are to do those things, whatever increases your chances of survival. So the intention here is survival, and they are under the emotion of threat. Under that situation, anything which is even remotely resembling a bear could be perceived, could be interpreted as a bear. So a perception of bear can be made by them under such situation, and the case showed that it did happen. Similarly, our mind is equipped with ability to fill in the blanks, which Dr. Hari also talked about yesterday. Just look at this diagram. Now, what do you see here? Most of people will say it is caught. Now, look again, this is an ambiguous figure. Actually, it is data insufficient. This could have been Q as well. So this can be CQT, but there is no such word as CQT. We know about caught, we don't know about any word CQT. So when data is insufficient, our mind has the ability to use induction, maybe out of the past experiences. So to come up with a gestalt which makes better sense of that insufficient data or the impoverished data. So these are certain abilities of mind and which are operative. And coming back to noesis and noema, I started with the beer as the tent as beer phenomenon can be used there. That it is not the case that you are firstly perceiving the bits of information and then processing them and then making perception as the output. Noema, the output of this process or the intended object, it's already in your mind. You have already anticipation or expectation about the encounter with the bear, and there's a threat involved in it because it is wild bear. It has already killed people. So if you get an encounter with it, you will get killed. And nothing is more important than our survival. First of all, in all of our emotions, the hierarchy of emotions, first and foremost thing is that we fear death. We want to survive. So in that connection, that fear of death and the very possibility of encountering this wild bear is the noema, which is already present in the mind, and that is setting up the process or the act of cognition under which you are likely to perceive things in cognizance with your goal or your expectation, even if it turns out to be wrong interpretation. Here, the role of space and time is also involved here. Had this bear or this object, the tent, had they encountered it with a long distance, say from 100-meter distance, then you have some time because then it cannot reach at you immediately. And had they been, I also surmise, had they been inside a tank, again, it would have been a different situation. So space and time and the situation you are in, let's forget tank right now. So you are normal and you are exposed, your body is exposed. So space, if it is sufficiently large space where you have the chance to escape, and so you have sufficient time to escape, had that been also favorable, then the perception would not have so abrupt. But these constraints are there, space and time is there, and your noema is already in your mind, the intended object, the wild bear. Under these conditions, your cognitive process, the act of meaning data, that meaning in the sensory data which is most suitable, and suitable means for survival, and that explains that why did they perceive it, though it was wrong, but they did perceive it as a bear. Now, so Husserl also informs us something similar. There is a dynamical interplay between the act and the object, it's not that in a linear fashion you finally find the intended object. Take another example of a potter. If I'm a potter and I'm looking at a heap of clay, so owing to my skills, I know I can make a sculpture out of, or simply I can make a pot out of it. Now that is a noema in my mind, looking directly at the heap of clay. And when I start making that pot, it may turn into something else, which I didn't intend. So my intended object may get collapsed or may get strengthened in the process while I am engaged in the process. Though the process was also motivated by my intention that I want to make this. But sometimes in the process, that intended object, rather, instead of either it becomes strengthened or it collapses. So there is a dynamical interplay between noesis and noema. Take one more example. You have gone to negotiate terms with an enemy, and you had resolved that I will not fight with the man. He will instigate me, but I will not fight for the whatever bad consequences. But you know, it happens that in that process, in the middle of the process, something happens and things go wrong, and you end up fighting with each other, spoiling your relationship and everything. So I would say that you made a noema, intended one, but in the noesis, things turn up something else. They shape the process. So noema and noesis, they are dynamically coupled with each other in modern terminology, I would say, and they are interacting with each other. And one more example, that from a distance I look at someone as my friend, and when I make certain movement towards left or right, and when it comes closer, I move towards the object as well, then it becomes strengthened. Yes, it was my friend, or it turns out it was not my friend. So it collapsed or it strengthened depending on I do certain actions. Now, Walter Freeman gives substantiation to all of these phenomenological insights in neural terms, and he informs that there is a cycle involved in perception, and he says it is construction of perception. I interestingly find it's parallel with Buddhist philosophy, because Nagarjuna also says something similar, that it is our construction. It's not already objectively lying outside in the world. I mean, something which we believe objectively existing, lying outside the world, and we are making a faithful representation of it. So if there's a tree, I am making representation of it directly. So I'm reminding, just a second. Of yesterday's talk by a scholar of Indian philosophy, that what is the nature of knowledge? Is it self-illuminating, self-evident, and so on? I think Walter Freeman and Phenomenology gives good insights about these questions as well, and the answers roughly are that there is negation of realism, negation of idealism as well in a way, but it is kind of emergentism, that knowledge is emerging. Now it is one thing to say that I have direct access to the tree outside. Now this is at the personal level explanation. When we dig at the subpersonal level, the term coined by Dennett, subpersonal level mechanisms are not in our access, but they are working beneath our conscious awareness. And as cognitive scientists, we ought to know them, we try to dig them. So those subpersonal processes informs us that what is appearing as direct perception is actually not so direct. It is mediated by a lot of cognitive processes happening inside the brain in the neural terms. Firstly, we give a psychological explanation, then beneath it we give neural explanation, and hopefully in future we'll give some explanation even at in terms of molecules, physics or quarks, I guess, physics of quarks. But leaving it aside, we are confined right now to psychological, and then firstly phenomenological, then psychological, and then neural explanation. So 3 levels I'm dealing with right now. So Freeman informs us that it's not a perception, action, and assimilation loop as neuroscientists before him have been believing. Freeman gives us an explanation which is involving an important psychological process called assimilation. And he does talk about Piaget as well. Jean Piaget, famous Swiss psychologist. And through Piaget, we comes to know that how infant is acquiring knowledge, how infant is even acquiring the very logical ability. Many of us think that we are given with logic innately. Logic is innate. We know the 3 classical laws of logic: law of identity, law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction, and many philosophers, they are very hostile if anyone raises objection or if anyone introduce some irrational or non-rational, I shouldn't say irrational, but non-rational philosophies. Normally we do such stuff in postmodern philosophy or continental. So analytical philosophers, usually they are very hostile, that they say even raising such issue is contradictory in itself. What is the nature of these logical laws? Are they given to us innately? Piaget informs us they are not given to us innately. Even the laws of logic are acquired by infant while dealing with the world, while it is making certain groupings or certain classifications, certain categories. So no 2 categories can be present at the same time. When I'm think of our ancestors, when we were in prehistorical period and we were hunter-gatherers, or even as a small infant. So I need to make certain categories for survival. I need food, and there's a fruit in the jungle. From the sensory features, it looks promising, from its smell, from color, texture. So I have a history of dealing with these fruits. Some of them turn out edible, some to be poisonous. So what are the actions possible with an object? Whether it is giving me nutrition or it is giving me death. These are the consequences, the action consequences. And I have a history of dealing with them, which makes me decide about the category of this particular food item, whether it is poisonous or whether it is nutritious, it's edible. So it cannot exist together. Either it is edible or it is not edible, or I mean, it is edible or it is poisonous. So that kind of experiences, when we make categories, is the basis of our law of excluded middle, or law of non-contradiction. Excuse me. Similarly, we have a sharp belief in categories. A is A and B is B. So we think that there's no possibility in which A can be B, because we know it's a poisonous fruit, it is a edible fruit, and so they are 2 different categories. How can they be equated ever? I see it as a quite gross way of looking at things, and when we look at things more closely, we find actually exceptions of such laws. Like, can enemy be a friend, or can a friend be an enemy? If we look closely, actually many of our relationships are like that. We have good friends, but they have some degree of hostility as well. So yes, a friend can be enemy. And if you look at cultural cross-cultural comparisons, in China, in Chinese philosophy, interestingly, they don't have faith in these sharp categories the way Greek philosophy has. And that is reflected in their proverbs as well. So they are comfortable with this kind of proverbs that, okay, enemy can be a friend, or vice versa. Whereas Greeks or Western mind in general is not comfortable with this kind of. So they believe in sharp categories. We Indians are in midway, but we are more, I think, largely towards Western mind. And you also see the symbol yin and yang in Chinese philosophy. So yin is containing the potential of yang and vice versa. Yang is containing potential of yin, the small I in the two fishes. We know yin and yang, very famous symbol. That is embodying this philosophy, which is challenging in a way the law of identity. So opposites are carrying potential of each other. And in that way, we are deepening our understanding. And once we understand this, then we can understand that, yes, there can be a violation of law of non-contradiction as well. So classical law will say either it is a friend or it's an enemy, but we say no, the friend can be an enemy and vice versa. Anyway, so these laws of logic, how we interpret the worldly situation, how penetratingly, I think it is outcome of that. Nothing innate. Something similar is in the case of perception. Something similar is also there in the case of emotions. Because if we see that what is the nature of emotion, so people like William James and Pierce, pragmatists, they say that there's an arousal and then its interpretation according to the situation, again situated cognition. So there's an interpretation of the arousal, and that is what you identify as emotion. So they give an example. There's a famous experiment on Niagara Falls. They did it, that if you are under on the Niagara Falls, some 100 feet high bridge and huge waterfall is there. So you get a natural fear in your mind, some corner of your mind. So whether you feel more romantic feeling at the bridge, at this bridge, a dangerous bridge, or you feel lesser. So common sense will say that who will think about romance if it is a matter of life and death? But interestingly, they found the opposite. They found more romantic feeling, like they sent some attractive females to the males, randomly they picked them up, and they found that they were more flirtatious in their behavior at the bridge, so as compared to the normal circumstances. So that shows we can interpret that the emotion of romance, it is being interpreted, what is basically is there is the arousal, and the arousal is being, since the arousal is more, they are interpreting it to be more romantic situation. Something similar is with the perception. We have sensory data coming up from the outer world, and then we have a definite intention, a concern with our safety, as I discussed about tent as bear perception. And so we interpreted it, we perceived a bear in that situation. Now, Walter Freeman says it's not perception, action, and then making assimilation. This assimilation is also, actually I started with Piaget. So assimilation is something which is representing a process of acquiring knowledge. I talked about children's, infants' process of acquiring knowledge, even including logic. So we acquire knowledge using a process which is very similar to the way a scientist works. So how does scientist work? Scientist makes hypothesis about a phenomenon, and then he goes to the lab or in field, he does action, and then he gets the sensory consequences. If sensory consequences are supporting the hypothesis, it gets verified, and we believe in theory. We convert hypothesis to the level of theory. Or if it rejects, then that hypothesis is rejected. Now, infant, child, since infancy is doing the same process following Piaget. First of all, it has some very basic reflexes. Just a second. It has some very basic reflexes, and that reflexes of sucking and grasping. Using these, which are innate, these reflexes are innate. But using these innate reflexes and while interacting with the world, it is making certain groupings or categories. And that category formation is also called as schema. Now Kant, we know, already gave this idea of schema, and he believed that these schemas are a priori schemas, innate schemas, using which we make sense of the sensory data and perceive them. Kant established a rationalist agenda that knowledge is already inside us because we have these innate schemas as a priori categories of thought. And I have some issue with this rationalist agenda, the whole rationalist agenda I have issue with. They blind the minds of students of philosophy in some innate categories, innate capacities, and that is reflected in modern times through Chomsky's theory of innate language, syntax. And they thwart the actual empirical inquiry, which goes into the detail of development of these cognitive capacities. So actually it is a sin. I take rationalism as a villain, as a sinful philosophy. They stop the actual inquiry of the inquirer. So read Piaget. From Piaget, we get so many insights. The logic is not innate. It is acquired by interactions. Your perception is not innate. Object permanence, something that this object, when it is occluded, it is hidden, is still existing. But if you think it is innate, no, it's not innate. Even child has to work on it, that when something is hidden, it is not annihilated, not destroyed. It still maintains object permanence. It's an acquired concept gradually through the interaction with the world. Same is with perception. Same is with almost every cognitive capability. We used to think that we have innate ability in our occipital lobe for facial perception, for human facial perception. Again, it is falsified. There's a psychologist, Mark Johnson. So he describes that we have some innate only reflexes, that if there are three blobs, then we can draw a contrast. And yes, we have proclivity for human voice. So combining these two abilities, the infant is able to look at human face more closely. So once you practice it more, you develop that ability more. And obviously, it is practiced more. So a lot of faith in nativism is unfounded, and not only unfounded, I believe it is misdirected, because it stops you to do the empirical inquiry, that details of empirical inquiry, that how, starting with the very basic reflexes or very basic innate endowments, how gradually we develop higher order cognitive abilities, including finally the ability of consciousness. That is the final problem. But right now I'm concerned only with cognition, and particularly perceptual cognition, perceptual experience and all that. Just a second. And in that process, my strategy is to employ phenomenology first, then psychological explanation, then neural explanation. The three level, I repeat. Okay, so assimilation is the process which we do as an infant, as a child, and even in adulthood. And that is nothing different, no different from the way a scientist works. So as an infant, one starts with food. So whatever is presented in the vicinity of the infant, it tries to suck it, taking it as a food. So it starts with the suckling of mother's breast, because it gives it food. But soon it realizes that there are some metallic things or something which cannot be, which are not giving any satisfaction of hunger. Then he realizes they can be used for entertainment. So they are toys. So some junjuna you present to the child, and the child gets delighted. So soon he makes another category of toy, using reflex of grasping and all other. So when anything is, novelty is there in the environment of child, it looks at it and it manipulates, it does some action on it, and it, whatever consequences, sensory consequences it gives, accordingly it make grouping or a category or a schema. It's not like Kantian schema, another contrast I want to make. With Kant as a rationalist, you are satisfied. Okay, we are given with some innate schema, space, time, causality, and so on. Even causality is also learned schema. It's not the way Kant informed us that it's innately given to you. Once it is innately given to you, then what is the need to dig further? But understanding Piaget gives us different insights. So food schema, toy schema, and so on, gradually the child keeps on increasing its repertoire. And Piaget informs us two processes are involved, assimilation and accommodation, through which child acquires more and more categories. And child goes through 4 stages of intellectual development, and the final stage it acquires the formal operational thinking, deal with logic and mathematics in a formal manner. Without going to those details, here assimilation and accommodation are important. So with assimilation, the child keeps on increasing more and more items inside inside one schema. And when some new items comes up which fail to be fitted in one category, it then develops a new schema, which is accommodation, roughly speaking. So Freeman has focused more on assimilation. I don't find his talking about accommodation. So assimilation is also, I think, explains well that some new information which is coming up, you need to make some sense of it in terms of action you do and the consequences it produces, again in sensory terms. And you integrate, you make sense of it, and then you integrate with the rest of knowledge which you have already. So you are enriching or enhancing your schema, and that is what is called as assimilation. And that is what we as a human being keep on doing throughout the life. Being human is to do assimilation, I would say. And many of us actually are literally cognitively zombies if they stop this assimilation process, because they are complacent that, okay, whatever I have gained knowledge, enough knowledge I have gained. In that way, they keep blind to the new information. They don't integrate, so they don't grow. So this is one ethical implication, but keeping it aside, this is the essence of being human. Since infancy, we are doing it as a scientist, we are doing it, and as a rational or evolving human being, we should do it. Assimilation, integration of new information, putting up in some category, enriching that category, and making new categories if required. That is the way we do in science. We demolish our paradigms if the new information is not matching with the previous knowledge. This is what we did in theory of relativity, and also more radically in quantum physics. And so a child or infant or an adult, a rational adult, is using the same process, which is making interpretation, making sense of the sensory information or perturbation to our sensory receptors. Biologically, sensory receptors, my skin, my eyes, ears, they have got receptors and they are having perturbations in my brain. But how I make sense of it would be very much contextually decided or situationally decided. So that is the central process. And Walter Freeman does discuss other methods. He does discuss in indirectly rationalist philosophy under which knowledge is coming. The first rationalist, famous one we know is Plato, where knowledge is in ideal form, and our mind is capable of rationality, capturing those things. Socrates tries to show that even a slave boy has the knowledge of mathematical axioms. Okay. I believe there must be some trick involved in that process. I don't buy this. So what I contend is that we are equipped with some very basic reflexes innately, and then we develop knowledge gradually. So yes, we have predisposition, but it's not full-fledged knowledge of language or full-fledged knowledge of perception and all that. A lot of socialization, interaction with the world, that is involved when we are gradually developing concepts, including the concept of causality, as I mentioned briefly earlier. Okay, I won't go to those details right now, just pointing out certain issues. So Walter Freeman says that it's not that perception and then action, that some perception has come as the tripartite sandwich model in classical computational. They believe that there's first perception, then cognition, which means operation on that perceptual data, and then you make a judgment or decision that I will go left or I will go right. No, they say it is rather action, perception, and then assimilation loop. So this assimilation is happening, but the first step is taking some action. I would like to elaborate this abstract idea with the example of a bacteria, simple bacterium, E. coli. So there's a sensory motor account of the cognition of this bacterium. There's a good paper by a philosopher, Fried Kaiser. So how life has originated, and in that very process of life, how cognition is emerging. And it all involves basically sensory motor coordination, finally coming to our Homo sapiens state of intelligence, where we can do formal logical thinking. This whole continuum needs to be understood, starting from a very basic bacterium. And he says it's a small bacteria with a tail which is a flagella-like structure. So it moves its flagella when the bacterium is inside a fluid. It needs sugar for its survival. So it needs to detect the concentration of sugar. It's not homogeneously distributed. Somewhere it is more, at other places the sugar is lesser. It needs to detect where the concentration of sugar is higher. So it starts with movement of its flagella, like tail, flagella-like structure of its tail. So with that action, the sensory receptors, they get the idea that in which direction, or which direction, left or right or up or down, which direction it should move, where it is detecting more sugar. And then after detecting that sensory data, it moves towards that direction. So both are mutually informing each other. It's action and the perception. Perception is not merely visual perception. I mean, the sensory cortex is the sensation it is getting of the sugar concentration. So they are mutually informing, and that decides that is sensory motor coordination, and that decides its movement. So that goes in tune with an active cognition by Noe and Oregon as well. That's your qualia. Dr. Hari Narayanan also discussed about it yesterday. That your qualia of visual experience and your hearing experience is different, we know. And why is it different? Because, as he also informs, because of different quality of sensory motor coordination. So the theory goes like this, that you are moving, and with the movement, there is a variation of sensory stimulation, and our mind integrates it. We somehow, some regions of our brain, they integrate it. So, or the term which they use is sensory motor contingencies, they get bootstrapped. So with the visual data, variation of visual data with my movement, if I'm moving on my street, obviously visual data is continuously changing. So that is being integrated with my motor movement. So that gives me qualia. And it's different from when I do it from my auditory perception with the movement. Sometimes they also say that you are taking wine, in which kind of glass you are taking wine. That is also making a difference in the experience of qualia, of tasting wine. So if you have a thin wall of that glass, and what kind of texture it has, I personally feel it makes difference. So I guess it's not only my guess, they also hypothesize that because coordination of different tactile, visual, and all this movement of your hands, the proprioception, all of these being integrated and giving you the qualia, the qualitative experience. Okay, fine. So in this loops, I want to show you some diagrams which Walter Freeman discusses. Yeah. Can you please see this diagram? Please give me feedback.
No, you can't.
No. Okay.
No.
Have you shared?
Yeah.
Screen?
Okay. Just.
No, we are not able to see.
Okay. Now you will. Yeah. Can you see now?
Yeah, something.
Okay. Yeah.
A little hazy. Can you enlarge,
okay.
Navneet?
Yeah. I'm trying to enlarge it. Yes, I'm enlarging it. अरे कुछ ज़्यादा ही enlarge कर
ज़्यादा
दिया.
हो गया. हाँ. बस. Okay. Little. थोड़ा सा और.
थोड़ा और. I can also see it on my screen. Yeah.
हाँ. Okay.
Okay, so Freeman informs us that there are three kinds of loops involved while perception is being constructed. And mind you, he's saying perception is also a construction by the mind. And all of this, he shows, is in consonance with Husserlian phenomenology. So that's why it's neurophenomenology, at least for me. So one is the motor loop, other is proprioceptive loop, then reference loop, control loop, space-time loop. I won't go to much details of this technical thing. Simply, I would point out towards certain concrete examples, and we'll try to make some sense of it. So most important loop is motor loop at the top. Searching, environment, receptors, sensory systems going to entorhinal cortex, and it is also in connection with hippocampus, then all motor system going back to searching. What is this happening? Let me elaborate it in simple terms. This is similar to what I started with the behavior of E. coli bacterium. That bacterium starts with doing some search of sugar in its environment, the fluid in which it is submerged. So it is searching in the environment. Its receptors, they detect sugar concentration differentially. At some place it is more, some place it is lesser. And it sends all sensory systems, so its receptors, they are detecting that. And then it is going to motor system. This thing is absent, hippocampus and entorhinal cortex, because bacterium doesn't have nervous system. But it can send to the motor system, and then it loops continue. The loop continues. This is motor loop, which is action perception loop. You can also understand it in terms of while you are solving jigsaw puzzle. So in solving jigsaw puzzle, you are using, I'm borrowing this example from Andy Clark. So you make some imagination and you manipulate it, which is a motor movement, that this piece will fit in that manner. So manipulation is helping your imagination, and your imagination is also helping your motor movement. So this kind of action perception loop we do in solving jigsaw puzzle. And similarly, E. coli does this dynamic interplay between its sensations and motor movement. And and that loop helps you detect the environment, and it helps you make a sensory motor coordination. Now, coming back to tent as a beer phenomenon. Walter Freeman doesn't discuss this case, but I am discussing this case. I think it can be, this whole neural mechanism can be used to describe that phenomenon, because when we are in that dangerous situation as a human being, we are in the dangerous situation, we're crossing a forest, we are constantly searching for the bear. Already that noema is in our mind. So there is activation of reference loop as well in this process, which is gearing the sensory system, and its involvement of space-time loop as well. As I discussed earlier, that space and time is also important. If it is very near to me or if it is a little away from me, so hippocampus and this entorhinal cortex, they are responsible for motivation, emotional response, and all that. And then that thing is going to motor system, means my finger is on the trigger, and I'm on the alert mode that at any moment I can fire, though I'm not firing, but my motor cortex, my motor systems, they are activated. So my motor system, sensory motor system, they are in coordination constantly in the searching of that bear, which has not yet appeared, but is anticipated. It is expected. And this expectation or anticipation is making the top-down processing, in which I am, now Walter Freeman says, in which I am setting the basin of attractor. Now this is a new concept, attractor. What is this attractor? In short, attractor is a concept from dynamical system theory, which talks about that there are multiple ways of behaving by a system, not only one particular rule governed way of behaving. Sometimes we see normal sober people behaving very differently, very irrationally in the company of friends. Like if they get old friends, they are meeting and they sometimes do very bizarre things. So that also shows that there is no isolated individual working under some rule or some transcendental rule. Nothing of that stuff is actually there. We are attractors, which means attractor is to be understood in a very simple manner, that if there is a bowl and if you let a marble free, the marble will settle towards the bottommost point. That bottommost point is the attractor, which means the system tends to gravitate towards a specific manner of behaving, though there is randomness, there is chaos. But chaos is actually not exact randomness. Chaos is having randomness, but it is hiding some patterns beneath it. Freeman says it is something like the behavior of people at the airport when different announcements are made. We see a group of people rushing to this terminal or that terminal. They keep on going. So they are pattern, but they are modifications in the pattern. So something similar is happening in our brains. And that is also deciding our personality. So our personality, we know, is never a rigid personality. We are human beings and we tend to behave differently in different situations. But that doesn't mean there is a complete anarchy. So we have some patterns, and those patterns are settled by different situations. So those patterns, we identify them as attractors. So we may have multiple attractors inside us, attractor A1, attractor A2, attractor A3, according to different contexts we are in. So if I am at home, I'm a different person. At work field, if I'm a police officer, I am a very different person. I may be very strict or rude person as a police officer in my office, but maybe very easygoing at home with my wife and kids, hopefully. Anyway, so we know these things already from our common sense as well. And at brain, Walter Freeman is showing these things. So under the impact of this space-time loop, which involves hippocampus and other motivational emotional centers, and so under that top-down and top-down influence and the influence from a reference loop, which is activating your motor cortex and sensory cortex in the search of that beer. So we come up with a gestalt. Just like the gestalt I showed you for the cork, again it is here. So the data was missing, but we came up with a meaningful interpretation with a gestalt caught. Similarly, even for a remotely similar entity like a tent, under the influence of all of these neural processes, at least 5 neural processes, 5 loops, the best attractor was to interpret that sensory stimulation as a beer. So that explains that how we can experience, we can perceive a tent as innocent tent as a wild beer. And Walter Freeman also describes that this kind of, there's some disturbance, please.
No. I was just about to say that we'll be given some time to interact.
Okay. Oh, I'm just finishing, yeah. So Walter Freeman says that, so if you want to sip, say, a milk, you feel your hippocampus informs you that I want to take some milk. Then you are actively looking for a cup of milk. You grab it, grasp it, and pick it up. And then you find that it's orange juice. Your sensory receptors tell that it has smell and taste of orange juice. He says it is a state of, you get startled. So because at neural level, you get utter chaos. You had some anticipation and expectation of something of milk, and then it comes up entirely different. Now, this is a clear-cut case, so you merely get startled up. You don't start perceiving the orange juice as milk. Yes, agreed. But in the wake condition, and when it's a so significant matter as of your life and death, then the innocuous sensory stimuli like coming from tent can be perceived, they do get perceived for the sake of your survival as a deer. And all these neural processes are involved. To repeat, this is one of the attractor states. And if you change any one of these parameters, suppose you are inside a tent where you are safe, then I don't think you will perceive tent as deer. You will perceive it as tent. And if you are away, quite away, spatially or temporarily, again, that loop will not get activated. You will be perceiving it as tent. So this is the way our perception is constructed. And we saw it in the neural level. There was second part of this paper which have big implications for psychiatry, that a disturbed personality or malfunctioning personality needs to go through a chaotic dissolution under some conditions like electric charges or putting him into very unusual circumstances, and then a new personality can emerge. So that would be restructuring intentionality in distressed patient. But with this passing remark, I'm finishing it here. Purpose was just to point out a correspondence or coherence between phenomenology and neural processes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Navneet. You laid a foundation right from know thyself, the claim of Socrates, to Husserl's systematization of the entire process, and you also tried to establish that there is a neural correlates, and then all causal relations are learned and they are assimilated. Very fundamental introduction in terms of computational theory of mind and how abstract algorithms, and how this sensory data does not get directly into us, but there is a linear form. And you also explained the difference between the linear function, or how mind functions in a linear causation.
No, not in a linear causation, but in a circular causation. Non-linear. In a non-linear, yeah.
All right.
Linear causation.
It is a dynamic bond.
Yeah, it's a dynamic bond, and that's why it is circular. And I was actually also willing to describe maximal grip and intentional arc. But
all right. Okay. Thank you for correcting. Because I'm supposed to report it. When it comes to ICPR, I have to actually submit the report. So I have to be corrected wherever you feel. And of course, then you brought in the concept of Husserl's life world, and because we are committed and we care for the world and we are being in the world. And that is how we live through this world. And certainly you also mentioned about this wonderful example of a yellow tent. And I was wondering that how it was different from the concept of, mirage, Mrigatrishna, that we refer to in Nyaya philosophy all the time. So errors and erroneous knowledge keep emerging in every possible context. Maybe it's Western or Chinese, or irrespective of geocultural boundaries. And then it was interesting to know about the bottom up and the top up positions that you were explaining. And of course, the comparison of Walter Freeman with Nagarjuna's position so far, the construction of the world is concerned, I think. The unique point. And then, of course, the phenomenological knowledge is an emergent, and you laid a foundation that phenomenological, psychological, and then neurological. Although I have my fears that Husserl would not go with the psychological aspect, or
that is unfortunate. I believe his hostility towards psychologism was
unfounded,
unreasonable. Unfounded, unreasonable. Okay. In that way, I'm not his transcendental views. I don't buy. I'm more with Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty rather than transcendental views.
And one more interesting point that you raised, that law of identity and excludable non-contradiction. you opened up a page for a new possibility that yes, we can have contradictions, rationality.
Yes, yes.
I mean, you showed this way that there is a possibility to have two contradictions, even if they are not contradictions, but there is a possibility to, think of two opposites or two polar binaries.
And at the same time, yeah.
Chinese frame, the
Yeah.
Chinese philosophy, the yin and yang. So probably
Yeah.
there's a possibility that an enemy can be friend and a friend can be enemy. There is a possibility. So I'm not wrong here. And then assimilation and accommodation and getting on to the formal operational thinking. Yes, I completely agree with this. And of course, the sandwich approach that you gave, perception, cognition, and judgment, that was also apprehendable. And
I denied that. That
you
sandwich
denied
model,
that. Yes,
yeah, was
you
denied
did.
by
You
me.
did. You did. And and I'm thankful. And finally, the attractors was, again, an interesting point.
Shivani, can I pitch in between? Yeah.
Please, you can have your
Please.
question. I'm opening the floor for questions. The floor is open for, the house is open for questions,
Yeah,
comments.
let's have discussion. Yeah.
Please, Lalit, go ahead.
Yeah.
Professor Prasenjit afterwards. After Lalit, sir. Yeah.
Navneet, needless to say, you always, mesmerize by your delving into the so deep, into the problematics. I was just wondering, what is your take on, Ernest Nagel's position? Because he's the one, Nagel, he's the one who might be not going along with this guy which you are discussing, Walter Freeman.
Or even with Heidegger.
Yeah, with even Heidegger. So, but he has contributed as far as causality, the discourse on causality is concerned, and you can use it, to and fro, vis-a-vis, Husserlian discourse and some other, even neo Husserlians. So, what's your take on it? Why you have deliberately not touched on his insights on this?
So, just correct me if I'm wrong. His idea that perspective from nowhere.
Yeah. That's this.
Okay. Yeah. So my thought on this is that he's wrong. He's wrong and right in both manner, actually. Let me elaborate it. As far as human knowledge or knowing is concerned, agreeing with Freeman that what can we know? What can we know? We can never reach to that certainty, which has been the dream of rationalists, owing to infinitely complex world and our finite mind. So all we can know, as Freeman says, is to make certain hypotheses, whether consciously or unconsciously. As an infant, you do it unconsciously. As a rational adult, you do it consciously as well. So this is all we do, that we act in the world, we make groupings or categories, they turn out to be successful or wrong. And then if they are wrong, we make new categories or new schemas, and that process keeps on going throughout the life.
Yeah. So
let me complete. So it is, as Heidegger also says, whenever we perceive or see something, it is always perspectival, owing to the kind of instrumental relation, the kind of pragmatic connection I have with the object. For example, this is a table and that's a door. We have distinction between these two. Why? Because of our different operational or pragmatic relationship with them. But for a woodpecker, there is no relation, no difference between these two. So Heidegger says it is difference of as structure. So as we take it as a table and we take this thing as a door, but for a woodpecker, this as structure is same. So that kind of perspectival perception is always involved as far as human understanding and cognition or knowledge is concerned.
But that
we
is
can
again,
never
Professor
reach
would
to
object to that. This is just an assumption.
Yeah.
That woodpecker does not have any cognition.
So we are constantly making constructions, and that constructions are being demolished or strengthened according to our sensory experience.
So Navneet, taking that clue, if I take it little further as far as implications are concerned. There's an interesting philosopher called Salah bin Habib. Whilst he's engaging with the so-called postmodernist and post-structuralists, he's saying that minimum assumption is required, whatever action we are heading to. So you are also saying that this is a self-conscious decision, that there is a possibility of language, and we always talk and make sense of anything through the language, and that minimum condition of the possibility of the language makes us to think. So any kind of reductionism, whether one is trying to take it towards neurological or other, are something, taking us to certain kind of nihilism, certain kind of, relativism.
I'm not talking about nihilism. Yes, language is a kind of discourse which gears your mind towards perceiving certain thing and ignoring other things. Different cross-linguistic studies have also shown, I have a paper on it, Worfin hypothesis, there's something called, and that shows that yes, language is also one agency, that you perceive certain things and ignore others. But what else you are saying?
That drives me to a broader argument. That broader argument can be premised something like this. We are having a conversation that this particular philosopher, which you have referred, is trying to offer us a schemata through which we can have understanding, possibly about the perception. So same perception may not have the same implication while we are trying to talk about certain, I'm dragging it to social and political discourses on color. Say, for example, anybody who's a colored person may not have the similar kind of, feeling which otherwise a white person may have in certain discourses, which actually most of the post-structuralists take these questions. I don't know, it's a digression, but it has a very ethical and normative implications. And say for example, the interesting anthropologist, politics of the nature may, Bruno Latour, he's trying to say that most often we have been looking at the dichotomy between is and ought, but there's a whole spectrum of other beings. If we take those beings into account, then the whole understanding of is art is not going to be the same. And this virus can be the one. So my point is, are we only trying to look within the binaries? Binaries are not important at all.
I mean, if you wish to answer, or you can reflect it.
Yeah. No, I think I have some reflections on it.
Yeah.
One thing is that this is, as I am understanding Lalan Bhai's query, that this is a kind of tug of war between subjectivism and objectivism, if I'm reading him right. So we are always constructing knowledge, agreeing with the whatever scholars, whosoever, Nagarjuna or Walter Freeman, whatever. And in that process, someone may challenge that, okay, then different communities, they are according to their own convenience, they can there are kind of racism or sexism is involved, so that can be justified because everyone is free to construct according to his convenience or his background or life world, whatever. So there should be some way to reach at objective, maybe values or objective truth, if it exists. So I can respond to it in this sense. First of all, individual, there's no individual. That's a myth. Individual is always part of the nexus, the social group in which he is. And if he or she is an unreflective being, if he or she is not practicing assimilation, as I today discussed about, and in that way he's a zombie. In that way, he is just part of the others, and whatever dominant value is prevalent in his group, he's bound to follow that. So he will be a sexist or he will be a racist, unfortunately, yes. But there is a freedom lying inside a human being of doing constantly reevaluation, of keeping this assimilation process alive. So in that way, I believe one can transcend his cultural biases. This is what I can say.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I
Navneet.
think an additional comment is by Professor Panda, The View from Nowhere by Thomas Nagel. If you wish to pick it up, or we can.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think it was mistakenly said Ernest Nagel, so I thought it was just.
All right. Okay. Do you have a comment to make, Ranjan? Okay.
Yeah, a very brief comment, because there was a discussion on causality and the linear and circular model, but in a connexionist framework of if you try to define dynamism, it may not be circular. I mean, maybe the metaphor of making it circular need to be more
analytic. It is backward and forward propagation of information in that connectionistic loop. That's fine. That is all part of this scheme, actually.
Okay.
I didn't go to those details, but Walter Freeman account incorporates that feed forward, feed backward propagation. It does include that.
Navneet.
Okay. Can we have Professor Biswas?
Biswas बहुत देर से उन्होंने.
Please.
Professor Biswas, are you there? You wanted to ask Professor Prasenjit. Professor Biswas, are you there?
Connection.
I think he's not there now.
Maybe he has left. So, Pankaj, you may ask your question.
Navneet, this is really, it is an interesting presentation, and
So Biswas has joined.
Okay, he's here. All right.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thanks, Navneet, for, I would say, a very comprehensive presentation on Walter Freeman. And you have covered most of the aspects that, in a sense, early Freeman, I would say, not the late Freeman. I'll draw a distinction here, as you know it very well.
Even I'm a new student of Freeman.
No, I mean, still, it's a very, very nicely covered kind of a talk. But as far as late Freeman is concerned, late Freeman is trying to say that this theory of attractor, the catalyst, and the kind of feedback loop that is getting constructed between the afferent and the efferent, now needs to be projected into a situation of dynamic chaos. The earlier Freeman is talking about chaos in a limited sense, in a thermodynamical sense. Now, chaos in a non-thermodynamical sense, where the attractors and the potential difference and also the transmission of perturbation from one point of the brain to the other point of the brain, is not entirely determinable, because it may take a shape of a quantum kind of a situation where there are phase transitions that are involved. Now this is a kind of a different kind of a structural description by Walter Freeman himself. Now, given that, what is happening to our intentionality, to our connection with the world, is that the problem is that the formation of the agency, the sense of agency, and ownership of being an agent, in relation to the world or in relation to an idea, etc., are having some kind of a synaptic gap. They are not exactly getting coordinated in our brain. So therefore, the idea of assimilation may not work in the case of a dynamical chaos, where there is always a disequilibrium between the brain process and the kind of electrical pulsation that is created at a certain neural zone of the brain. So therefore, there comes the role of the midbrain. The midbrain is able to act as probably as a vast kind of a reservoir, which can somehow regulate these pulses and come to a certain kind of a positioning. But still, the sense of agency goes missing. The problem of the problem that Freeman poses, which I was trying to talk yesterday in terms of free will, the agency goes missing, yet there is a sense of free will. Freeman almost takes that kind of a position, which Dennett also takes in his latest work, and denies that there is a need for any metaphysical construction of self, or even to talk about consciousness in a broad sense, but to talk about the acts of consciousness, the enactment, the extension of this dynamical structural process to project it into the world, which is free will without an agency. How would you respond to this from your Freemanian kind of reading? I don't want to elaborate further. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I have not thought much about it, and it's a real question, but I'm not in position right now to comment on it. These are difficult questions. Yeah, I have to think on it.
You can take it as a question for later reflections.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Navneet.
Yeah, hi, Panda.
This is a, in fact, very interesting presentation and very learning in a sense. But I'm just thinking about when you are, criticizing and you give so much importance to this, psychological aspect or experience. Huh? Whole idea is basically that when we are making this psychologically experiencing something, it also, especially if suppose from the point of analytical tradition, I say something that it also presupposes certain rules, certain structures, what were there in their orientation, especially you see whole rationalists, because basically they're mathematicians. And when we talk about this psychology of this mathematic entity, so my point is that, okay, that's all right, that we are always constituting ourselves, or we are always making and unmaking our schemas and all such things. But still, when we talk about, especially in philosophy, to make a sense, because the problem is that especially as you in latter part of your paper, you talk about this different, hallucination or disorganization or all such things. So the point is basically what I am making, that although when we are experiencing psychologically something, is still it require a certain kind of rule, certain kind of what we say that concept. So rather than just dismantling, for instance, you dismantle this identity, these different rules, identity, exclusive, middle, and all contradictions. So now basic idea is that when we are making a sense, otherwise what the problem is that how you make a sense.
Agree. Okay, let me clarify. I am not dismantling.
Can I just add, Navneet, one point with Professor Srivastava's question. Now, what happens to the concept of truth? I think that there it's not just meaning, but now the concept of truth. So psychologism would actually, a kind of will be a lost scenario. That I think that is the reason why the laws of thought and the other parameters.
Okay. Yeah, I gather. I think somewhat similar was the.
Navneet, I just clarify that what I am trying to make here point that
all
psychological understanding or whatever you are experiencing, it also presupposes certain kind of rules, certain kind of
schemas, Kantian schemas you can use for your in your favor.
Not at all. Even
let's give him chance to explain, Pankaj.
No, I'm just saying that don't talk about even a Kant or rationalist. Let us talk about even a Husserl, for instance.
Husserl was keen on finding presuppositionless truths, and that is the point of Heidegger against Husserl, as I understand. You can never get rid of certain perspective. That is what I responded to Lalan Bhai as well. You have to have some perspective whenever you make sense of something as a meaningful perception. It is never devoid of certain perspectives or certain suppositions. And what Professor Ranjan is asking about truth, I would say it's a great ideal. We want to reach at truth. Probably that truth is known only to the Almighty God. We are not God. So it's an infinitely complex world, and we are equipped with only limited mind. So we are only making guesswork, to put it bluntly, but the rational guesswork. Inference to the best explanation, hypothesis making. I'm borrowing from philosophy of science. So in quantum physics, we explicitly now admit that whatever physics we know at the quantum level, that is nothing but inference to the best explanation. Bohr and Einstein, they had a fierce debate when Einstein says that at least God doesn't place dice, because quantum physics was talking about truths, so-called truths, in terms of probability. Einstein was not comfortable with it. He believed that it's lack of knowledge for which we have probability, and in future, when we will have enough knowledge, then we will have certainty. This penchant with certainty is with us in all of in every tradition. So we want that certainty. I also want that certainty, but we have limited minds. That is to be appreciated. I also want to understand truth, but I'm not God. And so is the state of humanity, be it Einstein or be it Bohr or be it anyone. So Bohr came up with the idea that uncertainty is inherent part of the reality. And Einstein said, at least God exists, who doesn't place dice, who doesn't believe in uncertainty, who knows for sure that what is the truth. And then Bohr replied, who are you to decide how God chooses to play? Maybe God has decided to let me reality in uncertain manner. My point is, uncertainty might be inherent part of the reality. This is one metaphysical claim, philosophical insight we get from quantum physics. Keeping it aside, let me complete. In our classical middle dimensional world, that is complex enough for us to know things as constructions only. We are only making hypotheses which get strengthened or demolished with new information. And yes, Pankaj, I agree with your idea that some presuppositions are always there, and that's why we need to revise our paradigm of presuppositions sometimes. So this is what we limited beings can do.
All right. Thank you, Navneet. Thank you for your time, and thank you for taking up all the questions with such great patience. We really appreciate, and we now come to our last academic session. We have with us Dr. Lalit Saraswat from IIT Kanpur, and it's a great pleasure to have you with us. And his area of specialization have been evolutionary epistemology, and other prime interests are they involve philosophy of science, cognition, causation, and creativity, and neurophilosophy. So we welcome you, Dr. Lalit, and we look forward for your presentation. Thank you so much. You need to unmute yourself. I can't hear you. Can others?
Yes, Lalit, we are not able to hear you. Maybe you can change the microphone, the earphone, just or volume, raise the volume.
Yeah, you can rejoin. That can be also.
No, raise the volume first. See whether
just take out the earplugs. Disconnect them from your computer. Disconnect them.
Hello?
No, it's not. No. You may rejoin once again.
Just check the speaker. Yeah. If the speaker is in mute, then no, it doesn't catch sound. Yeah.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Lalit, no. No, I'm not able to listen.
No problem, Lalit. Maybe your laptop might be muted.
That is what I also believed. Yeah, just check the volume of the laptop.
आपके लैपटॉप का वॉल्यूम देखिए, हो सकता है उसमें आपने वो बिल्कुल जीरो पे किया वॉल्यूम.
No.
अभी फोन से ट्राई कर लीजिए.
There is a suggestion to join through phone.
Unmute करो. You please unmute.
नहीं, आवाज नहीं आ रही ललित.
Try your phone.
अच्छा, you are already joining from your phone. Okay.
फोन से तो उन्होंने हॉटस्पॉट लिया होगा ना. लैपटॉप का डायरेक्ट फोन पे यूज कर लीजिए.
Okay. Wait, I'll ask. Okay, I think he has joined.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
So now I will do.
Yes, we can hear you.
Is the voice clear?
Yes. I can hear at least. Let others.
Okay. Right. So I'll start my presentation, and I hope that my voice is clear and I'm slightly visible there also. And I'm sorry for the snag because there is some problem with the Google Meet here with the connectivity and all. So we generally prefer some other platforms. So, okay.
Can you use headphone, Lalit? Can you use headphones? In that way, you'll be comfortable. You don't need to hold it.
Right. So there are, okay, I'll try. Okay. So, right. So I'll start now. And right from the point which Navneet was discussing, because it is an interesting approach that, the way it ended, it was almost touching upon a point where fallibilistic epistemology is suggested. And with the fallibilistic epistemological viewpoint, let me begin my slide. So I hope that I'm able to present my slide as well. Okay, is my slide visible there?
Yes, it's visible.
Right. So, yes, so being the last speaker, there are, certain issues in the sense that most of the things have been covered, and definitely there are certain gaps. And I'll try to seep in those, gaps. And before that, Professor Ranjan Panda, actually, I missed when you were calling me. I apologize for that. I fondly
no need. You just start. No, don't.
Okay.
No need. Please carry on. Yeah.
Sure. So now, coming to the specificities of my talk, it is mainly going to talk about life-mind equivalence, understanding the equation and what sorts of other implications in terms of defining those equations might come in. That is going to be explored. And for that, I have tried to cover up the aspects from autopoietic epistemology, or basically the autopoiesis. As we know, that's the central pillar for phenomenological or basically neurophenomenological perspective as well. So what exactly is the autopoiesis, and how this is relevant for this understanding and exploration of life and exploration of mind or consciousness or cognition for that matter. And I will try to see means how these terms could be used, like mind, cognition, consciousness, because they are how they are connected with life and how they are seen from subhuman species and human species as well. That perspective. So the agenda would be something like this. So I'll touch upon the equation, which is like life is equal to cognition. Is life equal to mind? And when we say life and cognition and mind are connected in some sense, is it also the case that life is equal? And when I say life, it will incorporate all forms of life, right from even the primordial perspective that life-like situations are there, as Thomson Varela and Maturana and others would be talking about like Wheeler and DiPoilo, and others would be talking about that, can we say that a cellular perspective or a single cell, a living system, can be considered as a cognitive system? And if that is, then how? So there are certain theses for that. One is called deep continuity thesis, and the other by Peter Godfrey Smith and others, they talk about strong continuity thesis. There are certain issues and challenges within each framework. A few aspects come from weak continuity thesis hypothesis, and some aspects from strong continuity hypothesis. And what exactly is the deep connection, that is going to be explored. So as suggested that autopoiesis becomes a central figure, and why autopoiesis, cognition, and life are so well connected, and why this self-production and self-organizing system or systemic approach is a crucial feature to understand life and mind, or cognition and knowledge per se. So in that regard, I'll connect this with autopoiesis, autonomy, adaptivity, and then how it progresses and transitions to the cognitive agency. So when I say a cellular phenomenon, first of a knowledge criterion which would have been there from dictionary. And when I say cell, why I'm using cell, why not RNAs or pre-cellular will also cell and come when we
I think his voice is breaking.
Oh, is it? Okay. So I'll. Okay, I'll.
Maybe you can confirm, but I was not able to hear.
Okay.
Any business break, please, but it's fine.
Fine. Perfect. So now I was telling something about cell, subcell, and extracellular or multicellular perspective. So when I say cell or any kind of molecule which is turning into a message and turning into a mind, so it will be something like a 3M thesis, which is called molecule, message, and mind. So when a molecule becomes a message, and when a message is basically converted into something called mind-like phenomena, and this is well connected with the life-like situations and mind-like situations and how they are connected. And when I say the molecule to message to mind, and how these 4 A's are connected, like autopoiesis, autonomy, adaptivity, and agency. And then at the last, I'll try to bridge some gaps, or probably try to explore and show some gaps and some aspects which could be helpful for us to have a fit from evolutionary perspective, because adaptivity brings in a very strong notion of evolutionary fitness, and that we are going to check how this autopoietic perspective could be connected from other Darwinian or non-Darwinian frameworks as well. So I'll start. So we know that the problems with life and mind both are difficult to study. Life and mind both are, and their relationship not yet well fully understood, right? And the most complex, ideas and positions come up. So coming to the strong life-mind continuity thesis, it says that there is a common abstract model or a set of basic organizational properties. Mind or cognition is foreshadowed in life, share the same basic set of organizational properties. And that is where autopoiesis, inactivism, or the free energy principles would come in to say something about strong life-mind continuity thesis. From weaker perspective, or weak life-mind continuity thesis would say something about wherever there is mind, there is life, but not vice versa. But there are certain very interesting implications which might come in. So coming to Maturana and Varela's viewpoint, that what exactly is the necessary and sufficient condition when we talk about notion of autopoiesis? So for them, notion of autopoiesis is necessary and sufficient to characterize the organization of living system. We may take a pause here to understand whether the organization brings life or life brings organization. That can be a forerunning point at the backdrop of mind, which we can actually make use of here and there. So life brings organization or organization brings life, right? And from this perspective, we will have a look on all authors' perspective. So living systems are cognitive systems, and living as a process is a process of cognition. So this is formulated by Maturana and Varela. And let us see that necessary and sufficient condition for autopoiesis, how it looks like, and how it is contested from free energy principle and some other aspects also. If one looks at the brain as implementing free energy minimization, nearly every aspect of its anatomy and physiology starts to make sense, right? Because it is minimizing, right? It is free energy minimization is going on, and some minimization of heuristic is also going on. So searching spaces are minimized, and then aiming for a single framework for unifying perception, learning, and action is possible. This is Friston. The autopoietic notion of life focuses on self-production, which may be an internalist account because it is only talking about self-production. It is not aiming something in the future-oriented goals or skills or some aims and purposiveness. So it is mainly talking about the notion of life from self-reproduction or basically self-production perspective, or self-replication or some self-organization. But from where does this internalist account gets the breadth that we are going to discuss? It is coming from structurally coupled system to the environment. And what is exactly this structural coupling? We'll check in few slides later. I think probably the next slide also. Whereas the free energy principle would say something very different, and it will be like the autopoietic notion of life is self-preservation rather than self-production. So we need to maintain, regulate, and this comes from free energy principle, not from autopoietic perspective. And there are certain suggestions that autopoiesis, which is meant by Varela when he coined the term Maturana and Varela, is it the same sense it can be used for self-organization as well, right? Okay, so from free energy principle perspective, self-preservation is an externalist account which holds an interesting causal explanation and adaptivity. But for others like Wheeler and Di Paolo, they would say that probably autopoietic notion of life is not properly connected with the notion of adaptivity. And adaptivity, why it becomes crucial for not only life and even for basically mind, cognition, and for that matter, a reciprocity between life and environment. For that also, the adaptivity is crucial. And why autopoietic notion of life misses out on that thing, and why this free energy principle brings in. So people try to devise various accounts and aspects on these. Both and others seek basic conditions of life, perception, action, embodiment, crisscrossing from skull, skin, surrounding. So what we are actually aiming at is basically nothing but understanding what exactly is going on at the borders of the receptors, skull in the sense brain and head, or how this is actually connected with the surrounding or environment, and how these trade-offs are done, and how these the fitness comes up to bring out something. So basically none of these people are actually talking something about fitness. We'll check that how this fitness comes in and how important it could be from evolutionary perspective. So is it possible to specify the organization of living systems? Though it seems very tough, but people have definitely succeeded in some ways. The bacterial cell is the simplest of living systems because it possesses the capacity to produce, through a network of chemical processes, all the chemical components which lead to the constitution of distinct bounded unit. So we have two important things, that we have to have a constitution which needs to be a distinct and a bounded unit. And so there should be something like, a domain of existence and domain of the constituency. So regarding autopoiesis and life, two properties are important, which I hinted, that self-production and boundaries. So how they are, such significant that mostly all the accounts are talking about the self-production, in the sense autopoiesis, and the boundaries and the limits, how the environment and the agent, puts in. An autopoietic system depends on its physico-chemical milieu for its conversation as a separate entity. Otherwise, it would dissolve back into it. So this physico-chemical environment for its conversation as a separate entity, that becomes a crucial feature, and it hints towards the autonomy. An autopoietic system is often taken to be an autonomous system. Continuous dynamic regeneration means that the autonomy would ask for something like there should be a continuity, a dynamic continuity, which is talking about regeneration, rehinting, self-referentiality, closure, specifying the singular unity, because that's an important feature for any kind of realization that I am a singular unity, whether it is a cell or a multicellular organism, or an organism, or a colony of insects, or even animal societies. So that kind of recursive closure brings an interesting disclosure to the world also. Maintaining the internal processes, coming back to the autopoietic perspective, there are no processes that are not conditioned by other processes in the network. So it's a well-conditioned network of autopoietic, substructures. But how much of the environmental causality is connected with this autopoietic system? Or is it just important to have a boundary-like situation, and then definitely there would be certain other hierarchies and ontological levels? Maturana and Varela would never deny that autopoietic systems cause changes in environment. This is the earlier version of Maturana, that autopoietic systems would not change or impact to the environment as such. And this becomes a crucial point from active evolutionary perspective, that do we really act as a passive agent from evolutionary perspective? Allow an active agency. They just think that those changes are byproducts and are not important for describing the nature of the system. And this is a crucial point from byproduct perspective. And a few of you could remember that this is what was happening from when Gould and Leventon proposed something about non-adaptive features and attacked Darwinian program, saying that primacy of natural selection and something like adaptationistic program is not well founded, and that is why non-adaptationistic perspective should be prevailed. And in the similar sense, Varela and Maturana also saying something about that whatever changes you are talking about that agent can give to the environment are nothing but the byproducts and are not important, that is highlighted, for describing the nature of system. Contrastingly, free energy principle would maintain that living systems' structural and functional organization is maintained by causal structure in the environment, and it is a causal loop or causal recursive reciprocity with the environment that asks for something as a good system interaction. It helps in predicting future states, as neural hierarchies are causally transcribed by environmental hierarchies. So this is an interesting point, which would come again from evolutionary epistemological perspective as well, that how these nested hierarchies are connected and how these levels are, are to be properly accounted for. So if it is an allegation that autopoietic systems would not be able to predict some future states on their own, it means something is to be added with the autopoietic system, right? And at least to have some aspects that how neural hierarchies are causally transcribed and how they should be properly fit when the environmental cues are changing and the hierarchies are being, transacted. Okay, is it possible to specify the organization of living system? Life leads to the organization, or it's the organization that leads to life? With dynamic environment, organisms can optimize their predictions through embodied activities in the environment. This brings an active agency that optimization is possible while predicting something about the environment with the embodied activity. So it means that within the dynamic framework, which I think Professor Panda was also mentioning something about this yesterday, if I remember correctly, or even today's talks, things were coming up. So does it hint about something called niche construction? And from autopoietic perspective, can we say that it is actually qualifying for something called niche construction? Or it would not be having something unless you have to have something called, either the partial autonomy with the adaptivity that has to be properly accounted for. Life acts on the environment, striving for the maximal fit with minimizing free energy. Can it be reciprocal, as suggested in the previous slide? That how this maximal fit, if we are talking about, that fit is basically a puzzle of fit. And this puzzle of fit is nothing but, even the organism and environmental interaction, how they fit, how vision and the world fit, how theories and evidences fit. All these kind of fit are important, and they are puzzles, epistemic puzzles. And definitely sometimes they blur the boundaries between epistemology and ontology as well. But we have to come back to this autopoietic perspective and autonomy and adaptivity, and then see that what exactly happens when the agency is to be considered for niche construction, and what aspects of active and passive being, implored or basically suggested by all these methodological suggestions. Organisms must not only adapt to their milieu, but must also adapt their environment to their own needs. This is a kind of approach which recently have been properly developed, and some attention has been at least given. And this is the suggestion where I see that evolutionary epistemological perspective, which have been definitely neglected and sidelined from such domains, but from autopoietic evolutionary perspective and autopoietic evolutionary theory of knowledge, there are certain suggestions which are coming from Barham's position, Buckett's position, Campbell's position, and Henry Poincare's position, and all selection theorist positions that probably autopoiesis and selection theory are not inconsistent. They are consistent and well consistent, and they can be properly talking something sensible from Darwinian perspective as well. We'll check whether it can be a Darwinian or non-Darwinian program later. So hence, adaptivity is a necessary feature of life. And adaptivity, since it is actually talking something, would ask something about the reciprocity or homology or something like that. So at least for that, adaptivity seems to be quite a necessary angle. Adaptive cognition engages in future-oriented regulatory affairs. If cognition is foreshadowed in life, and cognition is not foreshadowed through autopoiesis, right? Because we can say that, the cognition is not foreshadowed through autopoiesis because cognition requires something more than autopoiesis. And then autopoiesis seems not sufficient for cognition, even if it ensures life. So there could be a possibility that there is an autopoietic system which is alive, but it may not be a cognitive system. It may not be a adaptive system also. It may be an autonomous system as well. So that brings a very interesting, quadrants, and lots of, implications may come in when we talk about artificial life, or something, something the collectives, or something called emergence, right? How these things emerge, and they can club up in a very different fashion. So it is ensuring life. Autopoiesis is ensuring life, but it is not ensuring the cognition. Okay, then autopoiesis and cognition are distinct. And if they are distinct, then there is a problem with the deep continuity thesis, where life and mind could be connected. And when life and mind could be not connected from autopoiesis and cognition perspective, then what happens? Hence, it seems that LMCT, which is life-mind continuity thesis, is at stake. Possibility of non-poetic adaptively cognomous system, can it be arrived? Can we say that there is a non-poetic adaptive system which is cognitive and autonomous also? So are we referring to some called degrees of autopoiesis, or there could be others, and that comes will change. Trying to unpack more on and mind. Large processes are systems we know from Rosen and Thompson's perspective when he brings his existential phenomenological sense. And specifically, this existential phenomenological sense is brought up by Thompson for metabolic self-construction kind of thing. So without metabolic self-construction, there would be no such the constitution of meaningful perspective by a system for that system. And the meaning okay, is the slide changing? I'm just reconfirming.
Yeah, we are losing your voice.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's clear now. Very clear.
Okay. Okay, very clear. Okay, and is the slide changing when I'm changing it? I changed now, and
yes.
Does it reflect there? Perfect,
yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. Yes. So when I said that without metabolic self-construction, there would be no such thing as the constitution of meaningful perspective by a system for that system. What exactly is perspective? A question for that could be posed to Thompson. This idea, Thompson says, provides the existentialist side of the deep continuity thesis. So meaningful perspective is probably the sense making. I think, if I'm not wrong, Professor Srivastava was saying something about, the sense making, how the sense comes up. So is it consistent with the autopoietic enactivism? And when we say enactivism, enaction is basically nothing but the generation of graded significance, talking about adaptive autonomy. And if this adaptive autonomy from the graded significance, when I say graded, simplify that a bacteria or glucose or food or some high value or something, it means that it knows nothing about the gradients. And sense make there in the sense that it may be for the worst or good, or just because, if it is not aversing from that particular environment, it means that it might perish. So sense making is there in the sense that meaningful perspective is there, with autopoietic activism, implies view of basic minds that create, carry, and consume contentful meanings. So even the sense making has a problem when it is defined from different perspectives. So one would say that, the Hutto and mind would say that, it implies a view of basic minds that create, carry, and consume meanings. Do we really mean sense making in this sense? Or it is the Paulo's position that it requires an organism to evaluate the situation, right? Or both can go hand in hand. So these things are, being examined from what exactly is the sense making. sense of sense that is meaning a kind of functionality. Can we say that, what exactly is right now here meaningful for me as a human being or as a society? For a cellular functioning or for a neural firing, it is a functioning. The generic properties that distinguish living from non-living order production cannot by definition be the same generic properties common to all spontaneous order production for self-organization. This seems to be a crucial point again, because the moment we say that, at least at one frame, at one point, we are able to distinguish something about living and non-living. Okay, now what? Within the living, there are, lots of orders. And in that, is your autopoiesis or notion of autopoiesis able to say something about all orders of life or living properly? So it means that the same generic properties common to all spontaneous order production or self-organization may fall short. But Thompson recently would state that phenomenological dimension would get by some theorists like Godfrey Wheeler, who talk about, LMCT, life-mind continuity thesis. Certain basic concepts, which is like, needful freedom to self-transcendence and immanent purposiveness gets missed. And why these certain basic concepts are important? Because the moment some system is engaged in the need of some interactions, it has to have a freedom of it. That is what is the need freedom. And this freedom will at least suggest something for the self-transcendence as well. And that is where the immanent purposiveness or the teleological structure of the life and mind-like situation might come in. So it is needed to understand human experience, and I would qualify it as an experience, not only for the human experience as well, turn out to be applicable to life, right, as it is suggested here as well. Certain existential structures of human life are an enriched version of those constitutive of all life. So this is the phenomenological existentialism, basically he's talking about, in the sense that it is the certain structures of human life are enriched versions of the constitutive of all life, or the constituency of life. These concepts get drawn from the theory of autopoiesis. Fine. It seems quite powerful, but difficult to unravel. And there are, a lot of web of ideas when we talk about, the degrees and orders and levels. A self-organizing system is one in which certain intra-systemic components on the basis of purely local rules are there without the direction of some global executive control process. This is coming from Wheeler. I am not fully sure why Wheeler's interpretation of Thompson's perspective or self-organization system seems like this. Though people actually talk about downward causation and other principles and connecting with some aspects of how emergence and downward causation both can be clubbed in meaningfully. But yes, there are definitely some aspects which are really problematic. When and how does a system is autopoietic? That becomes autonomous and in turn adaptive and cognitive too. If we talk about bacteria, it is a specific metabolically realized autonomous agent. And this specific metabolically realization as an autonomous agency comes up when it is foraging for the food, or foraging for basically for the flight as well. So it is nothing but the navigation of the gradients. It may be for better or worse, but and definitely it suggests for some vicarious active exploration, but it is not suggested throughout in account. That is where evolutionary epistemological framing and thinking about the vicarious launderings or blood clonings are also important active explorations for an autonomous agent. It may be partial, but the point is there is a possibility of this kind of active exploration. Okay. I'll make use of this phrase called making sense of sense making in my further slides as well, because it is all about sense making. So for Maturana and Varela, autopoiesis would be equated something like this: autonomy plus materiality. And the materiality is basically a dual materiality, which will talk about systemic boundaries and the system's own operations. A living cell is a paradigmatic example of autopoietically organized with autonomy in biochemical domains. So if living cell is a paradigmatic example, right, and it is autopoietic, fine, and autonomy may be problematic, but here it seems that, you know, a cell is autonomous, right, in biochemical domain. Perfect. How to see a living cell from a phenomenological perspective from that viewpoint? Cognition as sense making makes autonomy and adaptivity necessary and sufficient for cognition. Okay. Cognition in this minimal biological form is the first instance of an enacted domain of graded significance. So this is where the, you know, cognition is being described as sense making with adaptive autonomy, but it has a natural root of intentionality, and it is coming from the graded significance with the inaction at hand. This is the phenomenological notion of disclosure of the world. And this disclosure of the world is basically coming for a bacteria, a cell, or an embryo, or an organism, right? Because this is an inaction, or this inaction is basically a graded significance, because these graded significance could be definitely, you know, differential, and they could be distributed. But the minimal biological form, at least this could be defined. So can we say that sense making requires autopoiesis plus something enhanced with the adaptive capacity? But people have said something about adaptive capacity is needed, but the full blown account of adaptation or adaptationistic perspective, because adaptation in itself is of various kinds. At least there are, you know, 3 to 7 kinds of adaptationism, and what aspects of adaptationism would be qualified as, you know, the kind of phenomenologically charged adaptive capacity when we talk about an autopoietic perspective. So this enhancement of autopoiesis with adaptive capacity has not properly been explored, but can we say that should autopoiesis be enhanced or autonomy be enhanced? So this question is a very crucial question for us, that when we say that for sense making, should I enhance autonomy and which should enhance of some, right?
It's cracking, your voice is cracking. Oh,
can there
try again?
System, right? Like there be a non-autonomous system? Thomson would definitely say no autopoietic. Look,
there's a snag, I think, Lalit, at your end.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm sorry for this. It is something. Anyway, so Wheeler would ask Thomson that would you say, Thomson, that non-autopoietic autonomous system are possible? So Thomson's answer is yes, but Wheeler would object that can we say that immune system, nervous systems, insect colonies, or animal societies are non-autopoietic and autonomous? Because the moment we go higher, and the in the nested hierarchical framework, the hierarchized position is not that strictly autopoietic, but they seem to have an autonomy. And then the loss of autopoiesis, does it have any impact on life and life-mind continuity hypothesis? Okay, so then the question would come, like, is autopoiesis not necessary? Because if it is not making sense at hierarchized frameworks, it means that it is not necessary for cognition at higher level. But what would Thompson say for that? In the sense that, is autopoiesis not necessary for Thompson for autonomy? Because if autonomy is to be achieved, autopoiesis is not required. Thompson would say that there is a struggle or inconsistencies. You say that it is just a struggle, and some aspects were later on discussed properly by Thompson, but inconsistencies are also there. But we can actually have a look directly at Thompson, that what Thompson is actually hinting at is very interesting here. Agency and meaning require autonomy, fine. Meaning, minimal agency and meaning require minimal autonomy, perfect. Minimal autonomy depends on macromolecular organization, and this macromolecular organization is to be organized in a particular way, which is namely autopoietic. This change brings a very interesting change now, because now autopoietic seems to be necessary. Because if you talk about an agency and meaning that require autonomy, and it, at least for minimal agency and meaning, sense making or meaning making, there is a minimal autonomy required. And this minimal autonomy depends on macromolecular arrangement and macromolecular assemblies. And this macromolecular assemblies are coming from the organization, which are self-organized from autopoietic domain. So what it suggests is probably the degrees or hierarchical systematic approach, or lack of some significant factor from evolutionary angle, which is not, properly, at least explicitly in detail discussed. This is where I see that, the Popper and Campbellian evolutionary epistemological angle might have something to say. Definitely there are gaps from Popper and Campbellian perspective as well, because from neuroscientific perspective as well, we see that brain is not merely a hierarchical system. There are heterarchical organization where there is no order, in the sense that we seek order where there is no order actually. So there are heterarchical systems, and heterarchical systems are not hierarchically organized. Right? With respect to this, is nervous system autonomous and or autopoietic, and can be a basis for the cognition? I'll leave this question here and let us see what comes up next. So life is equal to autopoiesis plus cognition established by adaptive autonomy. Okay. Does cause and effect, or from Kantian perspective, means and end relationship entail teleological perspective? Because Kant would say that organisms are natural purposes. And what exactly is, is to be imported when organisms are to be considered as natural purposes, and especially when we talk about from cause and effect perspective or means and end relationship, the purposiveness may be sounding as intrinsic from autopoietic perspective, and immanent also, because it is or in intra-organismic or organismic viewpoint. But there are extrinsic purposiveness also when we talk about external aspects like designs or artifacts or tools. So another question would come in, something like pitching directly from unicellular to multicellularity, that are multicellular organism autopoietic, and to what level they are autopoietic and then lose the autopoiesis, or basically even the immanent purposiveness. Is it inherited? So some suggestions come that probably the immanent purposiveness is an inherited quality, So adaptivity must be on the basis of autopoiesis, else sense making would not come from within and it will not be an original thing. Because if there is no adaptivity at the cellular growth or cellular evolution or immanent purposiveness, then the adaptivity must be on the basis of autopoiesis, right? Sense making would not come from within because it will be external, right? And so does it make any sense that we talk about teleological structures of sense making? And that teleological structure has structures have intrinsic as well as extrinsic, viewpoints and domains. Cells are in a way. So I like this Wolpert's viewpoint, which is very fascinating. That cells are in a way more complex than an embryo. However clever you think cells are, they are almost always far cleverer. And definitely means you can see the cleverness of all living systems, and especially a particular living system or non-living system which has to be properly qualified for living and non-living, which is a virus, that where to put it and how to put it in this kind of phenomenological perspective. And even for that matter, a seed, right, at the dormant level, or the dormancy of a seed is basically a very interesting phenomena. But the moment all aspects of supports come in, then there is interesting sense making, and that dormancy is suggest a very different kind of phenomenology. Okay, outside consciousness there lies the cold and alien world of actual things. This is hers, and hers is also mentioning something about a very interesting receptor-based borderland where the world meets. And outside consciousness, there lies the cold and alien world of actual things. And it is basically suggesting something about subjectivity and objectivity. So outside consciousness, what does that mean? I'm not sure, but I just picked it up to say something about the later word, which is like outside consciousness, there lies the cold and alien world of actual things. Between the two stretches, outside and inside, between the two stretches the narrow borderland of the senses. No communication between the two worlds is possible except across this narrow strip. For a proper understanding of ourselves and the world, it is of the utmost importance that this borderland be explored. And it reminds me of Quine as well, that the world meets where all receptual and perceptual similarities and dissimilarities kind of thing, and how saliency is achieved. Okay, so I'll try to wind up probably in next two. Oh my God. Okay, next two slides. Fine. So coming to the evolutionary perspective now, cognition is adaptive autonomy and life is adaptive autopoiesis. And let me do this so that it is slightly bigger. Okay, let us see if it is bigger. Okay, so cognition is adaptive autonomy and life is adaptive autopoiesis. So this is very simplistic but profound point, that at least this can be suggested, and with the adaptive aspects of it, life and cognition are connected well. But is there any encouragement from Darwinism? Because we are talking about adaptivity, we are talking about this adaptive fate, and in the disguise we are talking about Darwinism, and or we are saying that there is another perspective of adaptivity that has not properly been at least I was not able to dig out more on that, though there are certain literatures suggesting some things. I would say that not specifically from this angle people are investigating. Let us see how successful it could be. So Maxine says that descriptive foundations and concern with origins are integral to both Husserlian phenomenology and Darwinian evolutionary biology. And this gives at least some hope that yes, there may be very interesting linkages come up, which can come up. So progression of experience to agency, how it is happening now, there is a mutual relevance, whether it is humanistic level or non-human level or subhuman level, agentive abilities of phenomenology to evolutionary biology, and vice versa, that evolutionary biology to phenomenology as well. And this kind of transaction and handshaking is important to understand what exactly comes up when we reach to a claim that cognition is adaptive autonomy and life is adaptive autopoiesis. So as Landgraf and Husserl would say that experiential exemplifications showing the agentive abilities are rooted in kinetic sequences. And when Professor Nagarjuna was saying something about that, I can kind of thing. So I move, I do, I can. And these kind of, experiential exemplification, they are saying something about the agentive abilities, progression from experiences to agency. A very interesting work from Kelshaw and Fuchs come with the classic experiments, experiment on infants spontaneously kicking some a mobile which is over the head tied with a thread, showed that infants' ability to control, learn, and remember something. And this is a coordination dynamics which which is going on there, is a transition leading to a eureka moment or a creative aspect or something very interesting, or element of awe, wonder, and surprise is there, that something is going on, and that kind of phenomenological connect with the coordination dynamics is happening here. When the learning is also possible, failure is also possible and brings again the learning. So it's a very interesting heuristics that can come up. So the eureka moment in which the infant realizes it can make things happen and in effect discovers itself as an agent. So it's a very interesting discovery as well. Phenomenologically, it gets aware of an if and then relationship, right? With definitely the errors, mistakes, inconsistencies, irregularities, not only from within, from outside as well. Here, I try to bring evolutionary epistemological perspective, and whether we want to call it evolutionary epistemology or selection theory of knowledge, that is another class of debate. But a process of trial and error elimination, or at least when we say that there is a problem, and for Popperian problem, a problem is very interesting because problem is defined or could be defined as something when you are anticipating something, and there is a very interesting epistemic clash between an experience and expectation. And life is basically an anticipatory system, or any living organism as an anticipatory system, or expectatory system. Then it means that we are all the time engaged in some sort of problems, whether it is a survival problem or whether it is some other aspects of higher aims or goals or purposiveness problems. And then I bring Campbellian perspective and I club them and try to make a Popper-Campbell hypothesis to address this life-mind continuity thesis, that can TEE, trial and error elimination, and Campbell's blind variation and selective retention, BVSR, can be connected to bring something to give us a more comprehensive or a fascinating account, which with an evolutionary perspective from Darwinian angle, that gradually incrementing. So what Campbell would say that, that gradually incrementing the system's embodied knowledge contributing to the survival capacity. And not only the survival capacity, it is an adaptive capacity, not only the endosomatic, but exosomatic as well. So there is a very interesting domain of things which can come up from evolutionary epistemology when we talk about the exosomatic evolution, whether it is sociocultural evolution or not. And this is where the nested hierarchy can come in. And nested hierarchy would say the emergence of from cosmic level to a very simple level of life. So emergence of heavy nuclei, emergence of organic molecules, emergence of life and unconscious problem solving, right? And emergence of conscious state, leading to emergence of other evolutionary products of mind like art, science, and other creative aspects. So let us see from the base that non-mnemonic problem solving, right? Something like some molecular assemblies at evolutionary level, or probably in labs, some non-mnemonic problem solving or crystal formation, something like non-mnemonic going on. Then we lead to some vicarious locomotor devices. There is a possibility that, the paramecium is moving now, right? Or its unicellular life is basically moving. And this locomotion in itself is a very interesting, fascinating account from philosophical perspective as well, that the possibility of locomotion reveals something phenomenologically charged and supercharged points for us. And then definitely there are habits, instinct, visual diagnosis, visually supported thoughts, and then we come to a mnemonically supported thought. And mnemonically supported means the memory is also coming, registration is done, and then the sociality or cultural accumulation, linguistic possibilities at all levels can come up, and then the scientific creativity or some other aspects of creative thought processes or higher thought processes may emerge. And definitely within, you can see, and definitely you would be able to locate that at every level there would be an interesting interplay of autonomy, autopoiesis, adaptivity, and agency. And with all these 4 points, there could be a possibility, or at one place where you can say that, is a non-autopoietic autonomous cognitive agent possible, like a robot, right? Or for that matter, any artificial life, or devising some other aspects, and then see that what exactly it refers to, and whether it refers to something or not. Okay, so very quickly, the 4th point, which is life, cognition, and intra-organismic selection. People are talking, like Uketitz and Hessel and others have talked about that. Can we say that life and cognition are connected? And this is an interesting point where Hessel says that life is equal to cognition, a simple equation with astonishing consequences. A very interesting paper. And evolution as cognition process. And imagine the kind of life-mind continuity thesis we are talking about, and evolution as a cognition process, and life and cognition in intra-organismic selection. So one thing which is missed out here is the selection criteria and the levels of selection. So can we say that natural selection plays some role somewhere in this adaptive autonomy or adaptive autopoietic adaptivity? And can we say that the naturally selected levels and hierarchies, how they are important from phenomenological perspective when they say something about sense making? So we have to understand the criteria of selectors. What kind of selectors are there? Intrinsic, extrinsic. Autopoietic requirement is presented as producing limitations and systemic imperfections. So imperfections are important, and imperfections important at evolutionary level, and that is where the selection criteria is important. What is being selected? And BVSR algorithm is importantly saying the same thing, that you have to produce lots of variations, and lots of variations can come up with lots of possible semi-stable assemblies. And with that semi-stable assemblies, we have to select something, but on what basis? The selection may come from within and without, in the sense that extrinsic or internal or intrinsic selectors say something about it. You can, for example, you can have an idea when a salamander is losing a leg, and there is a possibility of regeneration. And this regeneration is basically ending at some place exactly where the limb is done, right? From where this extrinsic and intrinsic selectors come to say that you have to stop now, do not regenerate now, it is achieved, right? That immanent purposiveness is done. Okay, so that is where the imperfection is important on adaptation or knowledge. Such self-organizational, autopoietic, epistemic, and cognitive structures function as an autonomic body with hierarchized or hierarchically organized systems and subsystems with definitely feedback and feed-forward controls and loops. Popper would say something about, like cloud and clock kind of situation. Are we really cloud-like or clock-like, or really cloudy clocks, right? Or a third kind of, third position, which is called a clocky cloud, and how this indeterminacy or, the fluctuations and chaos could be properly exemplified. And definitely it talks about that, from the deterministic perspective, can we say that it is a self-refuting perspective? Or from Popperian perspective, I would also say something that, one thing, at least 2 points which are missed from Popper's agenda or Popper's viewpoint is one, genetic dualism, which I see somehow very interestingly connected with autopoietic and autonomic suggestions, which says that central propensity structure. And this central propensity structure argument asks for at least 2 points. One is the aim structure and skill structure. So skill structure is basically nothing but a system is getting skilled by autopoietic means. And then aim structure would ask for something called autonomy and purposes, goals, and something bigger than the aim structure. And this kind of connection is not properly built as of now. And yes, and definitely means there are certain suggestions from William Hall that, the three world view can have an interaction or mysterious ways of connecting all these points from emergent evolutionary perspective, at least bring some partial autonomy. I'm not going to in that detail, but there are suggestions. So I'm okay with that, but there are definitely, interesting points and definitely challenging points, which I need to figure out. That's why no more comments on that perspective as of now. And last part. So this is the last slide. As suggested, Popper-Campbell hypothesis, there are puzzles of fit, life environment, life cognition, life mind, life, and knowledge. So animals, trial movements, instinctive weighing up or looking for better surroundings. This is an active quest for better world and adaptive mechanism. And this adaptivity is, very fundamental. And in going beyond what is already known, one cannot go but blind. Cannot go but blindly, in the sense that blind variation is important. Sometimes and after that you have to plunge, and that kind of plunge is basically suggested at various levels, that how there is a component of foresightedness, but is there a component of blindness in your inquiry, whether it is a scientific inquiry, whether it is a creative inquiry, or whether it is any kind of bacterial inquiry. Right. So bacteria and scientist explorations, as suggested by Popper, are nowhere methodologically different. And we know that, the autopoietic suggestions or Varela and Thompson's and Maturana's suggestions are also methodological suggestions for this hard problem of consciousness. Right. So if bacteria and scientific creativity explorations are methodologically similar in terms of trial and error exploration or elimination, then if one can go wisely, this indicates already achieved wisdom of some general sort. And how this already achieved wisdom comes autopoietically or with an adaptive autonomy, that has to be properly exercised upon. So all life and knowledge are deeply intertwined with each other, and it's in its origination and evolution. Only with life do problems and knowledge enter into the world, right? So not only life is problem solving, I would say that, taking help from all these perspectives, that life and with life, problems and knowledge, and knowledge can be, considered as cognition, mind, or whatever, but there can be some contesting points. But let us see, at least for the simple stances, that with life do problems and knowledge enter into the world. There is a possibility of epistemic optimism and pessimism at the same time. And this is a very interesting epistemic interplay. And the logic of situation, which is important, situational logic, that is again can be, devised. So with that, I would end up with an organismic or life's dilemma, which is which is an extension or translation from Meno's dilemma, that how will an evolving life and its structures adapt to an unknown environment, a partly unknown environment, because it does not know what to adapt to. So with that, I would thank you for thank you all for patient listening, and I'm
Thank you,
open.
Lalit. Can you just share the last slide, the organismic life's dilemma? If we could read
Sure.
the last
Yes.
slide. How will an evolving life and its structures adapt to an? The screen is not showing the text.
Oh, is it? Is it okay? Is it now?
No, it's still showing the 14th. Yeah. Now.
Is it coming? Okay, perfect. It
Yeah.
takes little. There is a lag, I think.
I'll just. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lalit. Mind equivalence and autopoietic and phenomenological approach. All right. So life, you mentioned that it involves cognition, mind, and knowledge, and deep and strong continuity thesis was proposed. And I still would take more time to digest the ideas, and I would request, because Navneet is too eager to ask questions, he's there smiling, all smiling, and Navneet.
Smile is dangerous then.
It's not dangerous, but yes, it needs a specific background to, consume the ideas, to digest them, and to, cherish them. So I may be a little slower on this. Yeah. Okay. Navneet has few questions.
No, I don't have. I have written, but they are just observations.
There are rather clarifications that he's willing to ask. All right.
Okay.
Professor Nagarjuna has. How does this continuity thesis account for symbol processing? If you can read.
Oh, right.
Lalit?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Professor Nagarjuna. This is a fantastic question, and as I think it comes, and people have actually said something about, especially the Howard Patty's position, when Howard Patty would say something about, the mind and body problem is basically a symbol matter problem, or for that matter, the subject and object problem, and then it can be translated to symbol and matter problem. So definitely means symbol processing and grounding, symbol grounding problem is there actually, but the question would say that, how this continuity thesis account for, yes. So Patty's position for cellular phenomenology would say something like that. And I have to check with language and generative syntax, but I'll dig out more on that. And if you have any point specifically, then I'll definitely charge on that as well. But this generative syntax and language, of course, means language I can right now say something on that, but generative syntax
complete
and the meaning, how the meaning is attributed, that has to be, I'll exercise on that. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, if I may elaborate this problem.
Yes, please.
See, the symbol grounding problem, for example, is actually not a problem for your perspective, but it's a problem for the Chomskyan perspective or the cognitivist perspective, because we continue to say that the language and the various symbolic processes that, and also the information processing theory, AI, cognitive robotics, all these things are based on representational processing. Right. And therefore, how do you ground those symbols in the body? And that's their problem. You don't have the grounding problem, but what you have is what normally is nowadays called a symbol ungrounding problem, which is like, how do you, if everything is so tightly linked with life, then from where does this freedom and autonomy of the representational cognitive domain comes from? Right. How do you, for example, process symbols freely? Like, for example, when we are doing mathematics and logic exercises, how freely we compose and decompose symbols. Right. There's a certain kind of autonomy in that step. So if it is tightly grounded,
with with the life and metabolism, as Maturana and Varela will talk about. So from where does the freedom come from? So that was that is called the symbol ungrounding problem, which is part of the semiotic issue as well. So that was actually the intention of asking the question. So, but I liked your presentation. It was very comprehensive and wonderful review of a lot of things that are happening currently.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Nagarjuna. And it's very interesting for me also to venture into this point which you mentioned right now, because for this, especially from the informational and representational viewpoint, I deliberately didn't touch upon mostly about the representational and non-representational agenda. But your ungrounding point suggestion is very interesting. And I vaguely remember from Berham's position, and somewhere Campbell was also mentioning something about Poincare's viewpoint that, mathematical beauty is basically let mathematicians exercise something about, mathematics or basically the mathematical creativity. So in that way, that autonomy, what the kind of autonomy which is there in terms of discovering something or making some discoveries there, and from, as Popper would say that, if I'm actually to say something or say something about the what is the highest prime number, where exactly is this exercise going on, and how you are going to answer this. So it will say that
Voice is breaking. Voice is breaking.
Voice is breaking. Okay. Is it?
आ रही है नवनीत, आ रही है, क्लियर है।
अच्छा, चलो at my end. Okay.
हाँ हाँ, आप अपना वो अनम्यूट करो और म्यूट करो। हाँ.
So probably it would say, so Popper would say that, that is there in the third world, and third world is basically a partially autonomous, and this kind of third world inquiries and discoveries, which is, which gives some suggestions that, it affects, definitely it has an influence over the physical and mental world, and that kind of mysterious direction, which is suggested from Plato, Bolzano, Frege, Penrose, and Popper. All sorts of people have actually, suggested in some different sense, but they have actually made use of this three-world perspective. I'll make use of that somewhere, and I'll connect with you, Professor Nagarjuna.
Can I add something here?
Please, please.
Yeah. So what GN just said, that autonomy or freedom of mathematical operations symbols. I just I'm recalling this theory called ATOM, atom theory, which is regarding how numbers like small numbers 2, 3, or big numbers like 2, they are represented in the brain, or in which part of brain, or what is the manner.
Okay.
So it was, I'm forgetting the details, but it was talking about some neural regions. The bottom line is that what is appearing to us at personal level to be autonomous or with free-flowing spontaneity, at subpersonal level, there is always a cognitive mechanism which now we are digging up. So this may not be actually a threat to the embodied cognition perspective. But I'm aware, a little I digged on, there's someone called, there's a book, Where Mathematics Comes From, by Lakoff and Nunes, I guess. And I read a couple of papers, but even I was not convinced by their explanation. But the bottom line of their approach is that even mathematics is grounded in some kinds of image schemas, which are dynamical patterns of sensory motor experiences. So that's a radical thesis, but some works are already
right, of course.
Yeah.
No, I would like to go through this book, and especially from the mathematical perspective, that's very interesting. And apart from any creative higher thought processes, it seems very interesting, because I I recall Campbell mentioning something about this and Berham's position, and there was an interesting fight between Popper, Berham, Campbell, and the entire selectionistic agenda, and they were fighting on Poincare's position. So Poincare said something like this: that when I had a sip of coffee at 2 a.m., then my subliminal self paired up some ideas which I had been working on and resulted into a solution without my cognitive, my conscious, without me being conscious about it. So that such suggestions are very interesting remarks with how this epiphany or some, illuminations come up, and the kind of engagement in terms of, the partial or fully autonomously engaged entity, and on to such entities, right? And how it happens, what are those mechanisms and what are those processes? I have to dig a little more on that, and such suggestions are, really welcome. Thanks, Navneet. I'll definitely include and talk to you on this.
Yeah, and responding to GN's comment, there are no numbers or symbols in neural structure. Yeah, this is what Freeman also informs, like in perception or in every cognitive. This is a action potential. These are all electrical activity and some patterns in those neural oscillations. So, so ultimately, perceptual structures or even these numbers or logic, I guess, might be in terms of that electrical activity finally, and some patterns in that electrical activity.
Yeah.
What would you say, sir?
But don't you think that this, attributing something like numbers or symbols on neural firing or genetic firing or genetic expression is little more, means a little, plunging?
I'm not going to genetic. I mean, in here and now, someone doing mathematical or logical functioning, and so I'm responding to that. So in brain, as GN is saying, there are no number or symbol in the brain. Obviously, we don't see the image.
So Navneet, the issue here is that if you don't only talk about brain, but you talk about the entire body, I have absolutely no problem. I know how patterns. I mean, I can imagine how patterns can be generated, even complex patterns and even mathematical patterns, but in the body, not in the wires. Because you see, the point is that the traditional, even the current view of including even Lakoff and other people is that they're all brain centric. They're looking wrong place.
True.
So, no, but they're talking about image schemas, and image schemas are sensory motor image schemas.
No, but then they don't exist in the brain. They are in the body. So there's a lot of difference in brain centric embodied perspective and body as a whole. Is a non-locational thesis of embodied perspective. There's a difference between the two. But anyway, let's not divert Lalit's talk right now. So we'll take up that issue later.
Yeah. I think Dr. Lalit, you have some observations from Professor Panda too.
Yes. I was actually going to say that.
Yeah.
So he has. Yes, sir.
Lalit, I was happy to hear you after a long time. I have some question, and the question is about about the borderland that you spoke.
Right.
Okay, and keeping Quine's naturalistic epistemology in mind, and particularly that project, the Quinean project, I don't think he would see any borders between the organic system and the world, because I mean, what kind of border it would be? I mean, they're connected. Whether it is connected in a narrow manner, or it is connected in a wide manner, but the connection is a connection which is, I think, in philosophical terms or in a generalistic term, it is a causal connection. So there is no borders in causal networking, no? Right.
But sir, for Quinean perspective, so for him, won't he be actually saying something about the receptor-based, scientific epistemology, in the sense that the global saliency for him is basically coming from receptually dissimilar but perceptually similar accounts? Means if I'm seeing an apple and seeing the same apple after some time, there would be neural firings very different.
No, I think the question is, the question is whether you are necessarily part of the world.
Okay.
So it is, the kind of discrimination or differentiation,
yes.
or the differentiative attitude that is built in by the system is to say that I am autonomous, is to keep myself a little away from the world. It's not
Quine would definitely.
so in epistemology, I think that may not be correct to bring Quine and saying that would maybe it will be a difficult position that way.
Okay, so I'll check about it, and definitely I think even I feel that placing Quine at such level that the distinction of self and non-self or subjective or objective he would maintain. I think that's, and one thing which I wish to like in Quine is that when he talks about innate similarity indexes, and it is coming from pre-established harmony from Leibnizian kind, that the grouping and grouping is possible, and grouping is possible because my innate standards are saying something, or basically allowing me in Darwinian sense to say something about how I am, or basically an agent or system is naturally selected. So in that way, because his dependence and encouragement coming from Darwinian perspective, and especially from how this innate similarity indexes he talks about, or spaces he talks about, this is where I wanted to have something, but I think it may be, I have to check whether Quine could be placed in such domain or not. Thanks for this.
You took the name of Quine. That is the reason why I brought.
Because of the borderland, because of I think the narrow strip of the senses.
Yeah. Because I think this is old problem in Wittgenstein as well, between the self and the world. And if you look at the Tractatus begins with here you talked about actual things, but there he talks about Wittgenstein talks about the world is all that is the case. So and when you look at the self is outside the world. So conceptually, so that
and,
is
and definitely this Hertz was actually saying something on 1891, where when he talked something about, he was from physics point of view, he was trying to say something about subjective and objective domain, and probably that is where the old picture came in. Thanks for this suggestion.
Yeah, that much. That is the point which I thought I should ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And time to thank Dr. Lalit Saraswat in particular for catching up with us for this session. Thank you so much. It was such a delightful presence, and I just admit that I really need some more time to actually, assimilate the content of the ideas.
I thought of simplifying it, and
no, this is my failure. But many of the best of the minds are pondering over, and they're suggesting you. I'm glad. I'm really happy that it has been a successful lecture, and thank you so much. And it is time to thank ICPR for sponsoring this event. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude towards my university authorities and to the resource persons, all of them, right from Professor Ambika Ji, Professor Sachidananda Ji, and then Professor Hari, and Professor Biswas, and Professor Nagarjuna and his colleague, I'm forgetting, I'm so sorry, DP he was calling him, So
Durga Prasad.
Durga Prasad, yes. And of course, Professor Ranjan, and then Navneet, and then Lalit. They all deserve all appreciations for taking out time, and they really made this event a success, I think. And many of the students have been giving us feedback that it has been really encouraging for them to have attended these lectures. And of course, I also wish to thank my teachers and my colleagues for being here. And last but not the least, I wish to thank my office, my clerk, Avnishi, my steno, Pratibha, my PN, Jaspreet, and Gaurav Ivana, who is pursuing his PhD, and for just working as a team so that things could be handled well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
शिवानी जी, थोड़ा सा बात करना चाहता हूँ. Can I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay, so I was suggested by Professor Biswas that probably these kinds of conferences should be more in number, and probably this is first of its kind after a long time, where we are doing empirically informed philosophy. And he is suggesting that we all should, at least the presenter, should send our abstracts and work on our papers so that we can probably publish it as an anthology. So I request all of presenters to please work on this proposal so that it can come out as a book.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. At least we have 8 papers as of now, but we can invite more if you suggest, and if other speakers they suggest, they have some others, resource persons in mind, those who could not be called, so they can always be requested, and we can propose this idea to ICPR also, so it can be taken up for further venture. And I also thank my friends. So thank you so much. It was wonderful catching up, and I got to know a few people who were new to me, and I'm sure it'll stay, the memory will stay with us. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks,
Shweta. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lalit. Thank you, Navneet. Thank you, Ranjan.
Yeah. It was nice meeting you all. Yes, after a long time.
Yes,
so we have all talks and everything, but the seminar is a very important thing.
Yeah, very true.
You have many perspectives. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nagarjuna.
Nice of you.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay. Bye, Lalit.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.